Yo, what's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Let's see if we can get this right. What's up? We're live. We're in it. Today is gonna be a discussion stream because, as you know, I am a competitive Pokemon player. I do enjoy to play competitive Pokemon, take it as far as it goes to the upper echelon of as hardcore as you can possibly play versus other people. I do prefer the tier of Little Cup where you play with first evolution of Pokemon, basically. Let me turn down the music a little bit. So today we have, as per today, we have a bunch of new Pokemon and changes to old, and not just Little Cup, but of course we have a new generation. So a lot of changes has come through, and so I wanted to start a discussion stream that will turn into a YouTube video eventually, where we will be ranking them after mostly my opinion, but I do think my opinion is valid to at least a certain extent, having played and gone quite far in Little Cup and having some knowledge to back up my statements. So feel free to let me know what you think, and feel free to disagree by all means, and argue and discuss in whatever platform arena you feel you want to. But we're gonna make a tier list eventually where I'll put all the new Little Cup mons, and I'll rearrange the old Little Cup mons based on how I see fit. So let's just get started somewhere, shall we? So obviously, I don't know why Pichu is not here, but we can just say that Pichu. Yeah, so Pichu, I made 2. That's not how it's supposed to be. Delete this row. It's like here, right? It's around here. It did get a new move called Trailblaze. If we search up Pichu, Static and Lightning Rod are not bad abilities. However, it cannot make use of Light Ball like Pikachu can, which would have been very good for it. Eviolite doesn't really do that much for it either because it has base 15 defense, 20 HP, and 35 special defense. The special defense stat being pretty much the only stat that you can utilize with Eviolite without having to worry about getting broken through as much. It does get some nice coverage like Surf, and now you can, if you make it, if it's free Terra or a Terra Captain system, then using Terrestrializing on it as well could do something. But yeah, it's like you won't really use Wish on it. You could use like Nuzzle, Volt Switch, Surf, Grass Knot, Terra maybe, but it has very limited options, and it has very poor base stats, so despite some decent abilities, you can't really take use of what makes Little Cup so great. Even despite getting the new move called Trailblaze, which is a physical type move and it's a special attacker anyway, that's not how you write Pichu. So it's a base 50 grass move that raises its speed, and the speed stat is quite nice. 16 is pretty okay, but still won't save it that much. So we'll just put Pichu in here for now. It's supposed to be in the F tier, but yeah, can't really do that. Next up we have, that would be Igglybuff, and I do believe Igglybuff got some nice stuff actually. So even though it's in F, I'd say we can just put Pikachu and Jigglypuff as representatives for Pichu and Igglybuff. It's still pretty down there. You can use competitive as like an Intimidate bait and then get a +2 special attack. But again, you're struggling with this 15 defense. You have a really great HP stat now though. So I would say Igglybuff is above, or well, it does have a stronger typing, and now that it has access to a special fairy type move in Dazzling Gleam, which it didn't have before, I would still say that it can kind of rival Pichu. It can also use Wish to a better extent because it has a much better HP stat. It can trap stuff and do Parasong, I believe. I don't know to what extent it can trap stuff, but it can at least use Parasong. It can paralyze stuff, stab Hyper Voice. Yeah, stab Dazzling Gleam now. It also is a fairy type that gets something for steel types, and that's just nice. So not the best Eviolite user, decent abilities, not the greatest, but thankfully now it gets Dazzling Gleams. I think it's a little better than Pichu, but I would still put him somewhere along there. Next up is Venonat. Venonat is an interesting case because it does get quite, like, the stat ramp is it's obviously a different ballpark, right? It gets Tinted Lens, which, you know, makes stuff deal double damage, but unlike Venomoth, it doesn't really get Quiver Dance, so you can't really be doing all that much. It doesn't get Calm Mind either. So, but you can still, like, hit hard. You can still do, like, it hits 15 base speed. You can hit decently hard. You can Sleep Powder stuff and trying to get momentum. Yeah, and you can utilize some offbeat stuff like T-Spikes, Venoshock with Tinted Lens, which could be kind of cool. So I would kind of put it maybe in E or D. I'll probably put it in E for now because it is a bug type. It does take 25% from Stealth Rock. It's quite slow, or it's on the slower end. Acid Spray would also be a kind of cool tech on Venonat, actually. It does get recovery, and it does get some utility moves like Baton Pass, Disable, and stuff like that, but it doesn't really save it. So I would probably just do like Sleep Powder. If it only got Hex, you know, that would be really nice. Heck, Giga Drain, Sludge Bomb, like Bug Buzz, something like that. You could do something like this. Not that many movesets it can run, obviously, or honestly. It's like maybe in Sun you could do Solar Beam to your advantage, but you're still slower than, or you even speed tie stuff like Bulbasaur and Bellsprout, which gets like Weather Ball to hit you super effectively, and you don't want to deal with that, obviously. So Venonat goes there for now. It might go D, but I think E is pretty appropriate. Diglett. Now this is another use case because this thing is, I think it's borderline in, and we're talking about draft now, not just on the ladder, obviously, because the ladder is a completely different thing. But this is, I know more about draft, and I want to help tier my my new season. So this is kind of like a little exercise to kind of look at some changes and see how thing would fit into the new tiering system, especially the new mods and everything. Time to scope out the competition. That's what I'm talking about. We need to talk about these new mods and these new changes. So the reason I'm putting Diglett in S+, I think it was S in the previous games, in like Sun and Moon and Sword and Shield, but in Scarlet Violet, I'm down to put it at the lower end of S+. Because due to these changes right here, it gets Sword Stance now, it gets Rock Blast, which is one of the moves it really needed, and it gets Stone Edge. So not only does it not have to rely on the Rock Slide rolls for damage all the time, you could definitely just run Stone Edge now and get some better rolls. And then you can also do Rock Blast, which is like the LC staple rock move, because with Rock Blast you hit multiple times, which means like breaking Abra, because Abra obviously has Magic Guard Focus Sash, so it takes one hit and lives one hit guaranteed, but it doesn't live multi-hit moves. It breaks Sashes in a very offensive metagame, is really nice. It stacks onto weak armor, which a lot of Pokemon have, like Dwebble, which is weak to rock, and obviously if you allow Vullaby. I don't think Vullaby is allowed anymore, but still. So Rock Blast is just really nice to have, because previously it only got Rock Slide. And yeah, now you don't have to deal with that. Now you can just run Rock Blast, and it also has another entirely new set to run, because it could... a Diglett that traps something very useless, or something that has a very bad matchup against Diglett specifically, gives Diglett a free SD. It's already one of the fastest Pokemon in the game because it has the highest speed tier. in 20 out of 20. Natural speed, that is. So it's one of the few Pokemon that had 20 speed, and they can trap stuff and set up SD for free. So it's really strong. It was strong before, but now it has extra tools on top of that. So I would be totally down to put it in S+. Another Pokemon I'd like to put in S+ is Meowth. And I'd put that up a little bit above Diglett, I think. I might be crazy for this. I think they're kind of interchangeable. I do think they are in kind of like the same tier, though. So, but the thing is, Meowth, it's not a 20 speeder like Diglett. Obviously, it has 19 speed. But the great thing about Meowth is it can run so much different stuff because it has Technician, which powers up moves that are less than 20 base power by 50%. So if there's a move with 60 base power, it becomes 90, which is kind of hard hitting. So even just like coverage moves like Aerial Ace, this is now 90 power. It has Stab Fake Out, which is also Technician boosted. So it's Stab, which is, you know, plus 20. And then so it becomes 60. And then it's Technician boosted again, which I believe that makes it 80. I think that makes it 80. I think that's how it works. So that becomes very strong with a very hard priority, and you basically get a lot of chip with Fake Out. And then it's also, you could just do stuff like, I think you got Double Edge before. What was it that he used before? Normal, strong normal move. I thought it was Double Edge. Well, Last Resort is there. Something like, I think you got Double Edge before. It doesn't use Double Edge now. But it gets Trailblaze, for example. So previously it does have Seed Bomb, which means that it hits stuff like normal types are really hard, have a really hard time hitting, like rock types and physical tanky ground types, rock types, Onyx, Geodude, stuff like that. They can hit that for quad, but with Trailblaze, you opt out of 5 power because this becomes 75 due to Technician, and Seed Bomb is not Technician boosted, but you raise your speed by 1. So 19 times 1.5, that would be, yeah, you become pretty fast. 28 speed. You become pretty fast. You outspeed you outspeed Scarfers, you outspeed, yeah, everything naturally. You'll almost become the fastest thing in the game, and that's really strong. Then you also have access to Gunk Shot for fairies and stuff like that. You could also run what a lot of other Meowths do now is that they can run Icy Wind, because that gets Technician boosted, but you don't take the minus in special attack. Then you take the minus in like not defense if they have priority. I would say defense if they don't have priority. But yeah, you could just like have 1 point. Something like this is very optimal. Or you could even do less IVs, because if you do 19, then you can have a Life Orb, and it only takes 1 HP of damage as a tax, because that's for some reason how it works. And then you have more points to put into whatever you feel like. We have some points unspent here, but that's fine. If this, well, what did I just do? F11, hello. So if you put this minus here, maybe you could put 40 here. Yeah, so you could do something like this. And then you get a boosted Icy Wind, which slows down the opponent. And you can hit Dragon for super effective, Grass for super effective, a lot for super effective. Ground, Grass, Dragon, stuff like that. And then it also got, I don't know if it gets it now, but Water Pulse is what it got before. Yeah, so it got Water Pulse before. Now it gets Chilling Water, which is essentially almost the same thing. It's a little bit less powerful because it's not a 60 base power move, it's a 50 base power move, so maybe it doesn't kill us often anymore, but it does have a 100% chance to lower the target's attack, which is still really good against like Ponyta, and again, the rock ground quad weakness to grass and water. So it's really strong. As I see it, after looking at it, I would probably do like this, but only ever so slightly. Still really strong Pokemon, fast taunter, good pivot, good lead with Fake Out chip. It can do all sorts of crazy shenanigans. Great move pool. But the addition of Trailblaze makes it also a little bit of a thing to deal with. Yeah, so Chilling Water replaced Water Pulse, and then it got Trailblaze. So I'll probably put in like S plus, maybe at the top of S tier or something like that. Next up we have Meowth Galar. Meowth G got Brick Break, X Scissor, Trailblaze, and Rocks. Getting Rocks on Meowth Galar is huge. Previously it was just a Steel type that you could use in Little Cup with Tough Claws, and you could do like a base 14 Scarfer, so like a slow Scarfer, or you could do like a Life Orb, obviously if you want to hit just hit hard. But you were very reserved to just using just being an attacker, not really having that much utility, even though your move pool is pretty nice. So if we look up Meowth Galar, Meowth GSS, for example, yeah. So you see here, here's just a Life Orb set with Adamant, Fake Out, Faint, Double Edge. No, I want the Galar variant, please. Yeah, Galar wasn't really used at all, it seems. It didn't even have an official moveset on ladder. But it was very resorted to just using its attack and using contact moves to deal a lot of damage, maybe being an Eviolite user, and just being an offensive Steel type. Now it can do a lot more with utility because it has Stealth Rock, and not only does it have that, but Tough Claws boosted, better coverage. Brick Break makes contact. X Scissor makes contact. Trailblaze, to raise its speed, makes contact. And you can use Trailblaze once, gain the speed, hit the ground that you're weak to for super effective, and you gain speed. And you can still choose your move after, so you can do Stealth Rock to Trailblaze, Iron Head for flinches now that you're faster. Yeah, so I'd say it's a giant step up from what it was capable of doing earlier, because it doesn't get Rocks, and Rocks is such a huge part of the offensive metagame that is Little Cup, because the mileage that you get out of setting hazards is like you get every bit of damage can make a roll completely different, and they can turn the game on it completely. With Terra typing as well, with Terra typing, Steel, Tough Claws, Iron Head, it's gonna hurt like crazy. So this thing is actually a real threat to be not to be messed with. And Meowth as well probably has a better Terra time with terrestrializing than Diglett does. But yeah, I would probably put it up at like B low. I would probably like put it at the low B, something like that. I think it was C before, but now I would probably put it at like B, lower end of B. So it's really strong, really strong, especially with those buffs. Psyduck is next up. Let's look at Psyduck. So Psyduck doesn't really have the greatest of abilities. It has anti-explosion, which you rarely even see. Maybe in Gen 4 LC you see explosion a lot, but not really here. It is a Swift Swimmer though. So it takes a base 16 and it doubles that to, I believe, 34, which is very fast to be fair. And now with Terra Water, maybe it can actually do some damage. Because it does get like, it gets some good psychic moves. You could do like a Calm Mind set in the rain maybe. Calm Mind Surf, Ice Beam, maybe you could Terra Ice, something like that. Or maybe just like a Nasty Plot for like a very offensive variant. Something like this. Or maybe you could even do Terra Blast, Terra Grass, something like that. Seems very nice. But still, outside of using it in rain and manual rain as well, because there's no rain setter in Little Cup. Or there's no drizzle user in Little Cup, so to speak. It becomes very hard to justify using something like this. But it's not to say that it's completely without use. But it's kind of on the lower end. I would definitely say I'd probably put Psyduck around here. Maybe... I mean, if you get up a Nasty Plot in rain, it becomes really scary, but... I mean, then again, this does have Tinted Lens. I'll probably put it like here. It's not weak to Stealth Rock. It has a purpose in rain, stuff like that. Okay, Mankey. I have to look at Mankey here. Mankey did not get a buff, which is fair because it's one of the Pokemon that's returning. I don't know if that's how it works now. But Mankey is an awesome fighter. Obviously, Defiant is crazy because since hazard removal is such a big thing, defog is going to be such a big thing, right? So the thing is, like, if people are trying to defog away your rocks, your spikes, your hazards, Defiant procs and gives it a plus, gives it a free sword stance out of the blue. It can also in draft. It's also very good against stuff like Fungus because it doesn't fall asleep due to Vital Spirit. So it's a free Spore switch in. It can tank a little bit of damage, not that much, but its special defense is not like 15. But it has 17 speed, has 80 attack, which is crazy good. It can be a good Scarfer. It has good access to rock moves like Stone Edge, Rock Slide. It can Seed Bomb. Ground types. It has close combat. It doesn't really have any good priority, but it gets like the Thunder Punch, Ice Punch, and Fire Punch, the elemental punches. And it gets EQ, which is huge, and Stab Drain Punch is really strong. Cross Jump, close combat. You can also do acrobatic shenanigans with like I've seen you could do like close combat White Herb. So you use close combat, you get minus in stats, you clear them away, and maybe you get a Defiant Blast for free, and then you get acrobatics that hurts like hell. Like, it's really strong, and it has bulk up as well. Low kick for really heavy targets, U-turn for pivoting, fast taunter or decently fast taunter. Poison Jab for fairy types, really nice. Night Slash for psychic types. You can even do Scarf Beat Up at the start of a match if you have a good dark type matchup, something like that. It can also do Scarf Final Gambit. So really strong in that regard. It can also do like Focus Sash counter reversal. So that's kind of like something. So it has a lot of gimmicks, but it also has a really strong outright move pool that it can use and utilize. So I would definitely give Mankey. Definitely put it at like high B or lower end of A, I think. B for now. The more I see it and call it, I might put it in A, but I think B is fine for now. It's a really strong fighter, and fighting type is such a good offensive typing Little Cup as well because knockoff to remove evil lights is so crucial, and having stab knockoff is just even better. And what do you do to counter knockoff users? You bring fighting types because fighting is good against dark. So very strong Pokemon at that. Next up is a dear beloved Pokemon that I like to use in draft a lot. It is Growlithe. Excellent Eviolite user because Intimidate weakens attacks against you. So even though you only have base 45 defense, which is not all that, it's pretty middle of the road. But it really turns this up a lot with the use of Intimidate. You also have Flame Charge to boost your own speed, which is Stab as well, which is really nice. You have Close Combat for normal coverage against stuff like Munchlax, I guess Licky Tongue, stuff like that. But then you also get Flare Blitz, which is like your main go-to stab, spammable fire button, and you wouldn't mind what's it called? Locking yourself into that. Locking yourself into that? I'm thinking this Raging Fury. You wouldn't just mind clicking Flare Blitz over and over, and you wouldn't mind taking that much recoil because you can heal yourself with Morning Sun is more of a point, so to speak. One of the buffs was Raging Fury, which I believe was very niche before Scarlet Violet, but now it's basically like a Flare Blitz, but instead of taking recoil, you lock yourself in and you get confused. So you could do like a Lumberry if you just want to go ham, or you could do Choice Scarf Raging Fury as well. I do think Flare Blitz is better, just because it has that burn chance, and it can thaw you if you get frozen somehow. I don't know if fire types can't get frozen, but Flare Blitz is just a little better than having to lock yourself in. But you have that option if you really can't afford to take a recoil in a certain matchup. Then you also have Wild Charge's coverage for water types, really strong. You have Body Slam to to paralyze things. You have Crunch to hit Psychic types and to hit Ghost types. When Ghost types is obviously super good in LC as well, because if Fighting type is good, you bet your ass that Ghost types are good because they're immune to Fighting. They are weak to knockoff though, so it's kind of balanced that way. But you can do Facade easily if you plan on getting like you could do Facade Sleep Talk. You could do if you expect to be paralyzed and you can't really avoid it. Yeah, and it doesn't really have that much more than that. It has Thief and some other stuff and Roar to get things out, but it's just a really solid fire types that has a good matchup against other fire types because of this. You can raise his attack versus dark type matchups, or you could do like not use your Eviolite because you don't want your Eviolite to get knocked off, but if you anticipate a knockoff switch in, you can come in and get a free attack boost, and then you can heal yourself up with Morning Sun. You can go crazy. I also have a game where Growlithe did really well versus Sun because obviously I flame charged up. Sun sweepers are weak to it, are weak to fire, and yeah, Flare Blitz just went crazy. The football game goes crazy. I see. So that's Growlithe. This is a really solid mon. I would probably put it in A. Probably maybe at in terms of fire types, it's definitely on the A scale, I'd say. It has a lot of utility, and Intimidate is just really nice for it as well. Next up is I think it's Hisui. I will cover Growlithe Hisui just because it did get a lot of buffs. So when it eventually, if it does come to the new game, if it does come to the new game, then I want to make sure that I cover it. So yeah, Growlithe only got Raging Fury, but Growlithe Hisui is part Rock type and got Head Smash, which is huge, right? It's like a Stone Edge, which does half the damage to you, but you could easily do that with Berry Juice or Scarf or whatever you want to do. You still have that Intimidate option. You have Rock Head, so you don't take recoil from your Head Smash. So Scarf, Iron Head, Rock Head will go crazy, really spammable. If it does come to the new game, yeah, it's gonna go crazy. Ronaldo, Sui, 1-0 at 63 minutes. I see. That's good for some people I know cheering for Portugal. Yeah, so it still has that same close combat. It still has that same Flare Blitz. It can set up rocks as well, and it has Rock Blast, the staple LC rock type move. It can still phase things out. It can still heal itself with Morning Sun. It's still a really ridiculous one. The only thing that it really has to care about now is dealing with. It's 4 times ground weakness, but you can Will-O-Wisp on switch in. You can switch out. Even then, it's not. If they don't resist fire, they can be in trouble. Yeah, if it's like you basically get rid of the ground type, and Head Smash goes crazy. What is your preferred Little League team? There was one team I really enjoyed using down in Season 3 of the league that we did. And I think that was... It had stuff like... The core was Pawniard. It was Jupiter. It was paired with Drillbur and Hippopotas. So I had Sand, something that doesn't take damage from Sand. Sticky Web to slow the enemy. These two are a really good combo with each other because they cover each other really well. And then I had Rapid Spin on this to make sure that I don't use Defog to get rid of my own webs. Strong Sand Sweeper in terms of speed. Solid Stealth Rockers. Yeah, so I really enjoyed these 4 as like a combination, so to speak. They were really strong together. So that's kind of my favorite Little League team. That I haven't been able to use it since, but I really enjoy it. So I think this will. We could probably do this as like, I don't know if we could do that, but I would probably put regular Growlithe here and Hisui and Growlithe in the same tier, but just a little bit above, I think. Next up we have Slowpoke, and there are 2 of them. But Slowpoke regular is pretty nice. It's one of the only ones that can really afford to run tanky in this format. That is because of its ability to Regenerator. It can hold an Eviolite, although it becomes incredibly weak to knockoff, so you have to have your knockoff switches ready. But that defense, coupled with that HP, is really nice, and the special defense isn't that bad either. It can use Calm Mind and be offensive. It can use Foul Play. It can use Ice Beam. It can heal itself in addition to Regenerator. So in National Decks, well, I guess it doesn't have Scald anymore, actually. So that's kind of a nerf to it. Kind of a huge nerf in a way. But it can still do... it can do a lot of stuff with Thunderwave, Trick Room, Yawn. Shadow Ball is nice, and with Terra for everyone as well is really strong, especially with the Flying type Terra for Mankey, I would say. Steel type Terra there, and Fire type Terra for Growlithe, I'd say, or you could even do for Growlithe if it struggles with ground types, you can Terra into Water or Grass and be really effective. No Hoot L plus Hoot better than Lula like the guy you look like, Filza. Hoot. We'll get to Hoot in a bit, I guess. I don't know if Hoot is here, actually. I'm not too sure if Hoot is on this list. But shoutouts to Hoot. It gets tinted lens, so. But yeah, this is really strong. It's a water type with fire coverage. You don't really see that every day. It also has like very specific coverage and decent dual typing. So yeah, I think Slowpoke is definitely up there. With the defensive capabilities in a tier that's really offensive, you could really take use of that. Well, personally, since it's my list, in my opinion, I would probably put Slowpoke like at the higher end of A. To be honest, I'd probably put it at the higher end of A, to be honest. So, I think I would do that. But really strong, it has a lot of utility, a lot of defensive capabilities for a tier that's really offensive. And that just fits a lot of teams, to be honest. Next up, we have Magnemite. Oh, Magnemite. And Magnemite with the Terastallization actually becomes like 1,000 times better. Bangladesh water polo team? Never heard of it. Unfortunately. I have no opinion because I've never heard of that before. Magnemite has 3 great abilities. It can Magnapult, Trap Ferroseed, and use Charge Beam to kind of really get strong. And it can do Salic Berry to raise its speed and stuff like that. So it can trap Steel types and take advantage of them. Sturdy. It's the only Pokemon that gets Sturdy, Berry Juice, Recycle. It lost Recycle? No way! Well, that's huge, actually. It lost Recycle. But still, Scarf Analytic is there, so... It's where has Magnemite gone, really? F tier now, rip? Nah, Magnemite is still crazy, and it's crazier than it's been in a long while, especially considering Gen 8, because it can now Terra type with Terra Blast, and Magnemite is a Pokemon that only basically gets its own stab as coverage with Electric and Steel. But now with Terra, you can have coverage in Fire and Ice, which is incredibly good for it, especially against quad weak ground. It can now deal with Grass types effectively. It can now deal with ground types effectively, and it still has that Volt Switch capability. And then you can do Flash Cannon, or you can do Thunderbolt. And that becomes analytic boosted for things that are faster than you despite your Scarf, or if they swap out, you get an analytic boost on the incoming threat. 95 special attack is great. 15 Scarf is decent. Offensive Steel is not something you see every day, especially on the special side, so that's really nice to have. But you definitely want Terra into something else than your stab, so you get the coverage on Terra Blasts. And that makes Magnemite really strong, to be honest. So just because of that, I think I'll put it like here. Or even with Terra Blast, I think I'll put it here, actually. Smash or pass Melota, we smash that every day, baby. Grimer. Let's look at Grimer. Grimer has Sticky Hold, which is a very valued ability in Little Cup because knockoff and item removal is the name of the game. Lurk, hey, thanks for lurking, Albanian Panther. Yeah, so Sticky Hold Eviolite is really strong because it's one of the few reliable knockoff switches that don't lose their item upon entry. You can Acid Armor to further increase that defense. You can also do like a Curse Set because you don't care about your speed, so you gain attack, which is really strong from before, and you gain more defense, and your special defense is solid. Also further amplified by Eviolite, really strong. You can haste to stop setup. You can do like I guess kind of Toxic. Toxic isn't that good in Little Cup because of the percentages, but you could do Momentum for Momentum. Shadow Sneak, you still have priority, so even though your speed gets minus, you get plus in your attack, and priority takes care of the speed, and you get a really good offensive option. Or you can do Acid Armor. I don't think you get Body Press. No, you don't. That's fine. You get Elemental Punches, which is fair. You get Taunt, which is really nice. Rock Slide it gets nice offensive coverage in Gunk Shot, Fire Punch, Elemental Punches, Stab, Poison Jab, Rock Slide, Stab, or not Stab, but Priority Shadow Sneak, stuff like that. You can still run Special, but Physical is much preferred. It doesn't have knockoff, it seems, but it's still pretty decent. It's kind of like it's like everyone in Gen 1 got huge move pools. So it's kind of like a low tier, or it's kind of mid tier, very mid tier poison, I'd say. I'd probably put you here for our first C tier. I'd probably say, because it has sets. Can it do recycle? It cannot do recycle anymore, I suppose. That does sting a little bit, but it's still fine. So it can also thief to take items. Yeah. Not the worst. It needs a little boost to get going. But having Sticky Hold is nice. I would put it in C. I think maybe C or D. I think C for now. I'll shape the tiers more as we go. Next up we have Shelter, and Shelter is incredibly amazing. If you don't care about your offense or defense at all, you run Skill Link with a new item called Loaded Die, making sure your well, Skill Link already does that, doesn't it? Yeah, hits the maximum amount of time. So that's basically what the new item does, just as an ability. I mean, you can do White Herb, and you have Shell Smash. You can do Eviolite. You can do Shell Smash. It gets Rapid Spin. It doesn't get Rapid Spin anymore. Hey, yo! The thing lost Rapid Spin? That's crazy. No way. Oh, that's a nerf. It lost Rapid Spin. Oh, but it has spikes, though. Okay, so it has spikes, but it lost spin. Okay, that's fair. Most of the sets run Shell Smash anyway. They run Shell Smash, Icicle Spear. It doesn't have Icicle Spear. That's the whole point of the skill link. Shelter in Shambles? What's happening here? I mean, it still gets Rock Blast, but it's not anywhere near close. Because it did get like Liquidation, Stab Liquidation, Rock Blast, and then it got Icicle Spear as like an ice coverage move, which is super good. Doesn't get Icicle Spear. That's a huge nerf. Shell Smash Shelter is now pretty mid. That's actually huge. That's pretty mid now. Just get spikes and stuff, and just like a mid Shell Smasher. It used to be like here. Maybe even like here. It used to be here. Now I'd say it's like, yeah, it says like probably here or here now. Here, yeah. Damn. Well, it still gets Rock Blast, right? I'll probably put it like here now. It was up here. That's crazy. Shelter, what's happening to you, man? But I kind of have to check that in National Decks, though. Do you get Icicle Spear here? Yeah, you do. And we play National Decks, don't we? With Rapid Spin and everything. I should probably do this in National Decks then. That's fine. We'll stick to the script and do National Decks. And Shelter is easily like here then. Terra Blast as well. Yeah, you could Terra Blast it with Shell Smash as well. That's crazy. Yeah, Shelter, you're S tier, bro. Let's keep it National Dex. Which means you probably have Recycle still, which means you'll go to S tier. Yeah. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Yeah, because that means Slowpoke has Scald still too, right? Yep. Okay. So that's kind of the gist of the game that you want to do. I'd still put it in A, even with Scald, because I don't like that it's that weak to knockoff. Everything is weak to knockoff, but you get what I mean. Yeah, something like this. Okay. Ghastly is crazy. Ghastly is easily in our first band. So Ghastly, you wouldn't think just by looking at it that this was a bannable one. Levitate is an awesome ability because it gives you an immunity to one of your weaknesses due to being weak to ground from poison. Change background, what is that? Oh, interesting. Can I do Ghost? Nice. Yeah, so Ghastly with Levitate, it saves it from one of its crucial weaknesses, unless they have Mold Breaker. It has Destiny Bond, so you can always trade. But the main thing is that it has just incredible offensive options with Stab Shadow Ball or Will-O-Wisp Hex. To really shut down threats. It has Clear Smog for anti-setup. Energy Ball for stuff like Shelter and just like Giga Drain as well for stuff like Onyx and Geodudes and tanky water types that it doesn't want to deal with. It also gets Thunderbolt, so this thing is just like in terms of coverage pretty crazy. And now it also gets Terra, a Terra type. You could do like Terra Fairy, and it has Fairy type coverage now. And it's just absolutely crazy off the table. It has knockoff. It has nasty. It got Nasty Pot this generation. So now it can just set up a Nasty Pot and literally 1-hit KO to 2-hit KO everything in the metagame. So this is off the table. If it wasn't broke, it was banned without Terra, and now it just got even stronger. So it's staying banned 100%. If it was any question before, then it's definitely now. So can I do National Dex? LC Nat Dex Draft. Can I do that? Yes, perfect. Ghastly. Yeah, so you got incredibly strong. It also has Dazzling Gleam, of course, as a fairy move. So it probably you can just Terra to gain Stab, Dazzling Gleam, and only be weak to Steel and Poison, which you wouldn't really think to bring versus Ghastly. It gets priority. Yeah, Will-O-Wisp Hex is crazy. Shadow Ball is crazy. Nest Ball is crazy. Giga Drain, Energy Ball is crazy. Destiny Bond is crazy. It's just an incredibly crazy Pokemon all around. It can even be a Punisher with Venoshock on Toxic Spikes teams. So Ghastly is our first proud banned Little Cup entry. It's disgustingly strong. Next up we have Drowsy. And I'd also say that actually boosts Venonat a little bit over Psyduck. It's because Tinted Lens with Terra type actually makes it so that it can it can break through more effectively now with Terastallizing actually. So yeah. This has Insomnia, so it's a Spore Switch in if it wants to be. That's really nice. It can also be Fake Out immunity versus stuff like Meowth and get a strong hit off. Meowth doesn't really get to chip it. Or it can also do Forewarn to kind of scout some movesets. Foul Play is nice. A Psychic type with a chance to Terra into Fairy and head for Stab Fairy versus Dark types, for example, is really strong. Psychic types just got a huge buff with Terastallizing as it is. And I would really encourage people to pick some Psychic types and Terastallize them into Fairy. But then it also gets stuff like Focus Blast for Steel types and Dark types, of course. You can also Terastallize into Fighting type if you want to. It gets Trick. It's not really that fast. It can do 14, but yeah. So it doesn't really hit that hard without a boost either, but it has access to Calm Mind. And I do believe it also gets Nasty Pot, yeah. So It can do some setup option for sure, or it can also be like a trick room setter. So yeah, just like a really middle of the road psychic type. Very middle to bad. So I'd probably put it. It does have some nice abilities though, but I would definitely put these here. Yeah, I would definitely put them like this, I think. For sure. Voltorb. Voltorb is an interesting case. Did Drowsy get anything? Yeah, it got Focus Blast, so that's kind of something to take into account. It got Focus Blast, which is huge for a Psychic type to get. So that's kind of nice. I'd still put it like here because of the speed and stuff. It's really tanky on the especially defensive side, but even still, I don't know if it's enough to save it. Voltorb is another one of the 20 speeders. It has static to slow things down. It can block Heal Bell or Hyper Voice and stuff like that. Or then it has Aftermath to chip stuff when it dies. With Terra typing, this thing actually becomes quite crazy because it can Terra into Ice and have Terra Blast, because this suffered from a lot of the same things that Magnemite did. That it only ever has electric coverage and like foul play and sets up screens. Like that's what it does, but that's it, right? This thing can now hit be incredibly fast at 20 speed because it has 100 base speed, and it has a decent attack, special attack stat which gains stab from Terra. So you can actually, and you still get to use that electric type offense with stab. So Voltorb is kind of crazy now. I would go as far as to put Voltorb. I would probably put Voltorb here, bro. Here. I'll probably put Voltorb here now. Voltorb was pretty much down in C. Was like the staple of like mid C, maybe. Even maybe a little lower than these guys because it had bad coverage. I'd probably do this, to be honest. It's probably around D. Low C, D. Now it's A because you can just hit things with abusing that speed for once to actually be a threat on the field. And Terra, it would be a terrific Terra type. Terra Captain to, or Terra, either Terra Abuser through free Terra or a Terra Captain to really start to hit hard and hit home. Arrow's illegal, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, Magikarp is obviously the most garbage of garbage. And that's just what it is. We can remove the Pichu Tear then. Yeah, so the next one on the chopping block would be... It would be Scyther. That's obviously banned because it's really strong. Eevee. We can look at Eevee. Eevee has a really great ability and adaptability, and you can Terra Normal it as well to further just amplify that offense. But its stats aren't that great to begin with, so it's a very middle of the road, low tier. But now that it has Terra, it can actually use a lot of different typings and moves, so it's actually has like a pretty decent buff to it. But I'd still go as far to say as it's probably around like this range, probably here for now. None of these can be used. Dratini. I want to see what Eevee got, if Eevee got anything. Eevee got Trailblaze as well to increase speed and can hit rock type, so that's pretty good actually. That's pretty good for Eevee. And I wonder how adaptability works. Same type attack, but boost stab. So when you change your stab with Terra, does that affect adaptability as well? Because if it does, it's actually a really solid one then. And I'd probably put it here actually. Grimer, move over, bro. There you go. Yeah, I'll probably put Eevee there because the adaptability is just that strong. Dratini is really strong. Let's see if it got any buffs before I make any decision. Dratini. Got Chilling Water. Okay, it's fine. Really strong Draco is just, it can do Scarf Draco. It can do Eevee Dragon Dance. It has Prio Aqua Jet. You know, God forbid I ever bring that in a finals game and that loses me the final. It also has Extreme Speed. So it's really strong with priority. It has great special coverage in Thunderbolt, Flamethrower, and Ice Beam. And then it has Iron Head for Fairy types, which is very essential to Dragon to have something for Fairy type. And then it has Terra Blast. Of course, you can change its typing when Dragon Dance. It's really strong. It's really strong. It's quite strong now, I would say. It's quite a big buff for it to actually have something to change your typing with now. So I'll probably put Dratini. I'd probably put it in S, to be honest. I'll probably put it like here. Yeah, I'll probably put it at the bottom of S, actually. I think that's fair. There you are, Pichu. Okay, so Pikachu can go back because we have Pichu now. And you as well. I was meaning to put Pichu here and Igglybuff there. Something like that, yeah. Nice. Nice. We could probably even do something like this. Because Magikarp is just in a tier of its own, dude. Yeah, Magikarp doesn't really get anything, as far as I'm aware. Yeah, this is not a Pokemon, bro. This is just not a Pokemon you can use. Unless you do like Focus Sash, Terra into normal Flail sweep, then I don't see anything happening. Next up is Mareep. Mareep is an interesting one. As most electric type does, they struggle with having good coverage. This one has a little bit better coverage because it has access to Dazzling Gleam and Power Gem. But now it has Terra Ice as well, which just buffs it in a lot of ways. And it can do Berry Juice, Cotton Guard, and be like a really defensive mon, and para things and be annoying. And or it can be like, I guess it can do Scarf in some matchups and do Volt Switch. Maybe like a slow Volt Switcher instead. Yeah, and I guess Trailblaze, but we definitely want to use that special attack. It's definitely a buff to ice to electric types with bad coverage. Being able to tear up. So I'd probably put it here. I'd say Mareep was like here. But I'd probably put it here now. Probably put Mareep here. Okay. Next up. This makes me kind of want to put... No, this should be right. This should be right, actually. Where's Azurill? There you are. Azurill. The thing is, this thing gets huge power. But it did lose... It gets Aqua Jet, so it can kind of normal into water. You can Terra into water after a Belly Drum and just huge power Aqua Jet, which is pretty strong. It's really strong, actually. And then it also gets Terra Blast for the things that it does get faster than. Become faster than, which is not a lot. But did you get Trailblaze or something? No, but it's definitely a buff. Azurill is not in the same tier as its other baby mons. Like, Azurill would be... I think Azurill would be here, bro. Actually, after some buffs. Or maybe even here. I'd probably do like this, to be honest. Yeah, this seems fair to me. Azurill with Terra, now that he can water Aqua Jet after Belly Drum, is pretty huge with huge power. If you don't have a water resist, you're going to struggle. So, I think Azurill is pretty nice in that way. Also, it doesn't really necessarily need to be that scared of Mach Punch and stuff like that because it's not weak. And there's not that much electric type priority, or I guess Grassy Glide, but Grassy Glide did get nerfed, so I think that's fine. Next up we have Hoppip. Chlorophyll, Leaf Guard Infiltrator. Chlorophyll is a decent ability, and that becomes Bulbasaur Speed, which is pretty nice. It also has Stab Acrobatics, which you can do with flying, but I do think your attack is not the best in the world. Yeah, they're pretty poor stats, but outside of that, I like the move pool. I like the move pool for it. So it's definitely the things that's keeping it down is not its move pool. It's for sure. It's for sure, what do you call it? The stats that are keeping it down. So Hoppip does have some sweeping opportunities. Let me look at Hoppip with, does he get Swords Dance? He just gets Swords Dance as well. So given enough turns, this can become really stupid. Because he can sleep you, Swords Dance, and just acrobatic sweep. Something like that. It also it can do Berry Juice. So it has something to remove. So Hoppip, I'd probably put Hoppip like here. I'll probably put Hoppip here now. Sunkern. Sunkern is decent. Sunkern is usually just like something you draft for Sun matchup, for Solar Beam, and for Earth Power, and to not be completely rolled over by a speed difference in Sun. But the stats are 30 and everything, so not really much you can do there. Because I don't believe it gets Weather Ball. No, it does not, right? So lo and behold, it does not get Weather Ball. It does get a Terra though, so it can actually hit some stuff. But I'd say now it's worse than Hoppip. Like, it wasn't worse than Hoppip before, but I think it's worse than Hoppip now. Is it a whole tier difference? I don't know. I'd probably put it here. But it does get a lot of stuff like Earth Power though. Does it get Swords Dance? Just getting a way to boost. Nasty Plot. Swords Dance. Yeah. Hoppip is better. Hoppip is better, and we respect that, so we put Sunkern down here, to be honest. Right. Next up we have, I believe this is where we come to our first new Pokemon, Paldean Wooper. Or as I like to call him, Pooper. Pooper. So if we have regular Wooper to compare with, regular Wooper was pretty decent. It didn't really have the greatest offensive stats or the greatest stats at all. But the thing is that, like, when it gets Water Absorb and only has one weakness and Unaware, and it can heal itself with Recover, Wooper also just got a buff with Spikes and Stealth Rock. So this thing getting Spikes and Stealth Rock now, it can healing itself and just yawn. It gets all types of hazards. It gets Stab Earthquake. Off of base 45 is not too bad. Does it get anyway? Yeah, it gets Curse, and you can body press Curse. So there's a lot you can do now. You also get stuff like you can do Sludge Bomb, or you can do Poison Jab. Recover is nice. You'll obviously have more weaknesses, which is bad for Unaware, but it's pretty good with Water Absorb. Now that it makes a weakness immune, and not just a neutral hit would be immune. Personally, I do think regular Wooper is better. Because especially when it gets, doesn't get Scald. Doesn't get Scald. But it does get, like, Surf, Waterfall. And it gets Icy Wind. Does this get Icy Wind? Stuff like that. Chilling Water. Doesn't get Icy Wind. It gets Trailblaze. Yeah, so I'd probably say Wooper is better. But Paldean Wooper is not bad either. And having it's definitely not here. It's probably like here. No, it's probably like here. No, I think I have to put Grimer before this, man. Yeah, I think something like this. Next up we have Murkrow, which is obviously banned. The thing is a menace, 90 speed, and it just got buffed a lot too. It got Nasty Plot, Air Slash, Hurricane, and U-Turn, and those are just really, it was really sore on special flying coverage. Now it has Air Slash and Hurricane, and now it can pivot with U-Turn and set up with Nasty Plot. It's just a menace, yeah. So and it was banned before all that too. So same thing with Mismagius. Thing is an absolute menace. It has to be banned on every occasion. It's incredibly strong, and I do think it got some stuff as well. Yeah, Store Power, Energy Ball, and Giga Drain, so it got Grass type coverage. Yeah, so it completely walls a lot of ground types, especially lower tier ground types now. Pineco, no, Giraffe Rig is also one now, because, spoilers, it did get an evolution, so Giraffe Rig is banned. Thing is 19 speed, Sap Sipper, great move pool, it's just incredibly strong. I will also just put Stantler there to emphasize that they are too strong. Pineco, Pineco should be fine. Sturdy is really nice. Sturdy, Berry Juice, Overcoat is really nice for not taking Sandstorm damage. And it's also nice for like Spore Switch-ins. Does it get Rapid Spin still? Yes, it does. Okay. Spike Stealth Rock is really utility mon. It gets Rock Blast. It gets Ice Spinner. Stuff like that. It doesn't get Body Press like its evolution does though. But it's still, it's probably very effective. It's very where it was before. Pineco hasn't really changed much. It got Ice Spinner. That's like fine. And Pineco has always been like here, so to speak, on the lower end. On the lower end of B, I'd say. It probably was over Meowth before, but now that it has well, it's still probably no. I don't think it is. No, it rocks actually. Yeah, and obviously then we go to Dunsparce. Dunsparce, spoilers, also got an evolution, so that is banned as well. Ladder did a suspect test, is really strong. And same with, I'd say, Quillfish. Quillfish is insanely strong, so it has to be banned. Sneasel is also banned. So LC has quite an extensive ban list. Next up would be Teddiursa. What did Teddiursa get? Got Trailblaze, so it can increase its speed and good coverage for rock types. That's nice, but I don't think you got anything like that before. That's pretty nice. It's probably most known for using Toxic Orb Quick Feet to increase its speed. It has Bulk Up, it has Close Combat, it has Earthquake, it has great coverage. And I got Seed Bomb before, so it's not that big a deal, yeah. Increasing your speed is really nice when you're 14 though, because it does hit 21, so it feels like there are a lot more entry hazards this time around. There's a lot of things that got entry hazards that didn't get them before. So that's probably why. We can Terra Blast now as well, so as the Bulk Up, just Stab Facade with normal. Terra is pretty strong. It has Belly Drum as well. It doesn't really have any priority to go with that though, which is fine, but Quick Feet is just, it can do Toxic Orb and then Facade and normal Terra, so that's really strong, I'd say. It's stronger than Eevee. So if it's stronger than Eevee, it's probably here. Yeah, it's probably here. It's probably there. Houndour. With Terra, it now becomes a lot better. Flash Fire is really nice. It's usually either Nasty Plot 3 attacks, or it's like Eviolite, just 4 attacks, or it has like Will-O-Wisp, Taunt. It could also be kind of physical, because 60 is not bad, so you can do Sucker Punch, Crunch, Flare Blitz. It can be Scarf. It can be. I think it's either Scarf or Nasty Plot 3 attacks. That's what it is, and that becomes a lot nastier now that it has Terra and can do Grass type moves for Water types, Ground types, Rock types. Yeah. What's this move? Comeuppance? If hit by an attack, returns one effect. I've never heard of that move before. Comeuppance. That's interesting. Yeah, and also he has Trailblaze from before, so you can turn into Grass Stylization Terra. But then, if you want to raise your speed, you can do that. Destiny Bond to trade with something better than yourself. New move, let's go. Comeuppance. Yeah, that's interesting. So you could do like a bulky Eviolite variant, but obviously you want to use sometimes you want to use heavy duty boots because you're weak to rocks, but if you can tank an attack with this and return 1.5 damage, that's something that people will not see coming at all. So that's a surprise factor that you can do in draft in certain matchups. Yeah, also gets Thunderfang. You can do something in Sun as well because it has Flash Fire and then it gets Solar Beam and stuff like that. So yeah, that's Houndour. I think it's a pretty decent fire type. It's not as good as Growlithe, so that's kind of a reference point for us. Where is you? It's not as good as Growlithe, but it's not that far behind. I'd probably put it like here, to be honest. Maybe I'll put it like there. Yeah, I think that's fair. Next up is Fampy. What did Fampy get? Fampy. So dark counter. It's kind of like a dark type counter, yeah. Fampy got Stone Edge and Trailblaze. Stone Edge is huge for Fampy. The thing that I don't like about Fampy is that it doesn't get Rapid Spin like Donphan. But it does get Rocks, which is fair. It also has pickup, so you can pick up items, or if your league allows Sandvale, you can kind of do that. But the thing that's nice about Fampy is that it has crazy coverage for a ground type. Now it also gets Stone Edge. I didn't know it had Head Smash, but now it can do like a Scarf Head Smash. But the thing about it is that it has Iron Head for other ice types. It has Ice Shard for other ground types, or flying types, or dragon types, or even super effective grass types against you. It has priority Ice Shard there, which you can now Terra, and you can just Terra Ice and do Ice Shard, or you could do Gunk Shot, or you can do Iron Head, Play Rough, Seed Bomb. So it has like a lot of utility, but it doesn't really do that much in terms of like boosting. It doesn't really do that much with what's it called? It doesn't really do that much with like Iron Defense or Bulk Up or stuff like that. It doesn't really set up that much defensively. It just relies on that 60 defense, which is not that great. 90 HP is fantastic, but yeah. So Fampy is kind of like a middle of the road. It become a little better because of Terra, but it didn't like really move far. I'd probably say it's probably even slightly worse than Paladin because of spikes and aware. Yeah, it's probably like there, which is not too bad. It's still pretty all right. But it's just not as good as some other things. Larvitar. See if Larvitar got anything, baby. Larvitar got Trailblaze. That's fine. That's okay. Not anything crazy. Guts is pretty good. Dragon Dance is also really good on it, but it's probably for the most part going to do a lot of the things that Fampy is doing. It's like rocks, 3 attacks, but it does have a lot more options in terms of sweeping and setup, because it can do Guts Facade. So Guts Flame Orb Facade it can do Dragon Dance something, Stab Earthquake, Stab now, Stone Edge, yeah, something like this, Dragon Dance, and then you could do a Terra type here. So he got a little buffed, but it's pretty middle of the road stats, and you are 4 times weak to Aqua Jets and Grassy Glides and stuff like that. So even Bullet Punch and Mach Punch you're weak to. So you do have a ton of weaknesses, but it's a pretty reliable one. All reliable. I'll probably put it here. Next up is one of my favorite boys, Wingull, baby. Wingull got huge this generation. Of course, it's not as strong as its evolution in terms of like, or maybe in relative to its format it is. But if this thing had Drizzle like Pelipper, it would have been banned. So kind of happy it doesn't in that regard. But this thing is crazy. So first of all, it's 19 speed, and the highest natural speed is 20. That's obviously a great start out point. Great special attacker. So you could do the same thing with Meowth. You can do like a 19 HP, so you can do Life Orb. And then you can do Hydration or Rain Dish probably. Or Accuracy is also nice to not get lowered, I guess. You could do Life Orb, Air Slash, Ice Beam. You could do it. I thought it got Scald, but even if it doesn't get Scald, it still gets Surf now. It didn't get Surf before, which is really nice. You can also Terra into something with Life Orb, and you do a lot of damage and you're really fast. You can set up manual rain with this thing. You can activate your own ability to heal each turn or get rid of status each turn. And then you get a 100% accurate Hurricane, and you get rain boosted Hydro Pump, and then you can Terra into water or flying to further boost that. That's crazy. Thing can be scarfed with something like this as well. You just slap on the U-turn, and you have a brilliant choice scarf for set. Although you're weak to rocks, you could also do just like a heavy duty boots. You could do probably not Eviolite. It's probably a little too poor defense for proper Eviolite usage, but there's so many different things that Wingull can do. It can heal itself with Roost, despite Roost being nerfed. It can Terra Blast into other typings to help itself. Like it can do like a ground Terra, and then it's immune to its 4 times weakness, and it resists its other weakness. That's really strong. It can be supportive with Tailwind, remove items. Yeah, it can do a lot of stuff. So I really enjoy Wingull in that regard, for sure. It can even be a subset if you want to. Yeah, it could, if you stretch it, also be physical with like Brave Bird or Acrobatics, and then like Waterfall or something. But you have really great special coverage. So Wingull is really strong in that sense, in that regard. Water Flying is a fantastic offensive typing, and so I'd really put it like there. But Shelter is kind of back, so probably it's slightly less than Shelter, probably like here. I don't think Hoot Hoot is in the game. No, we will not be ranking Hoot Hoot because Hoot Hoot is not in the game. We're doing Scarlet's regional decks right now. So next up is Ralts. Ralts is pretty decent, actually. Poor stats, so it's down there, but it has Trace to copy an opponent's ability. So if you're facing a water type with Water Absorb, you can steal their Water Absorb and you can heal. So there's lots of counterplay you can do with Trace. It's the best ability by far here. It's not really worth using anything else. Maybe Synchronize in some specific matchups, but most likely Trace. Not really a good Eviolite user because of poor defenses and stuff like that, but it does get a really nasty move pool. We're talking like it's a fairy that gets fire coverage with Mystical Fire. It has Stab, Dazzling Gleam. It has Psyshock and Psychic. It can set up screens in Light Screen and Reflect. It can remove items and knock off. It has Shadow Ball. It has Thunderbolt. It has Trick. It's a solid Trick Room user because it's kind of slow. Yeah, it has supported moves like Disable Encore. It can now Terra, which also ups it a little bit. So there's it's like a low tier fairy, but it can do some stuff now. Ralts would be probably above Opit, probably like here, I'd say. Maybe even like, since it's fairy, I'd probably put it like here. Yeah, probably put it like here. Maybe I'd even go as far as to say it's here. Yeah. Anyway, Surskit. Look at my boy Surskit. Surskit is nice. Being able to tear into lots of other offensive typings is nice. It does like 2 things, but it does those 2 things really well. One of them is set up Sticky Web with Heavy Duty Boots or Sash as lead. And the other one is like it just tries to hit you with, now it can tear into typings and hit you. But it does like Bug Buzz, and it does, what's it called, like Hydro Pump, Bug Buzz, Giga Drain, Ice Beam. Like it usually uses Sticky Web in like 3 of these moves, depending on the matchup. But yeah, Terra just helps it. It also helps it sets up Sticky Web, so I'd say it's gotten a little buff through that. Surskit has always been like here, kind of. I'd probably put it here, I'd say. Yeah, Shroomish. Effect Spore, it has some really interesting abilities. It can negate its bad speed at 14 with Quick Feet a little bit to be faster than everything, and you can get Quick Spores off. You can be Toxic Orb, Poison Heal to heal yourself, or you can do Effect Spore and kind of like a more physically defensive variant with Eviolite. It doesn't really have the greatest coverage, which is now going to be fixed with Terra a little bit. But you're most likely wanting to Terra something else anyway. But Spore is really nice, having that to threaten and gain momentum with is really nice. But that's really all it does. Spore always is a move on this thing. And then you can kind of freestyle it a little bit from there. But Spore is like its main usage point. But it can do Facade. It could do Toxic Orb. Poison Heal, Facade. It could do something like that with Spore and normal Terra maybe. So I'd say this is what it does primarily. It doesn't really have that many sets outside of that. But it's still like some low techs. I'd actually put it like here. Yeah, because you can, if you see it in prep, you can just kind of know that they have a Spore user and you can kind of prepare accordingly. Bring your Spore countering abilities, bring your safety goggles. Yeah, bring your grass types, stuff like that, and you'll be fine versus this thing. Next up, we have Slack Off. And I'm a little bit excited to take a look at it myself. Truant is obviously trash. And great move pool. Very slow. Yeah, it's not going to really get to do anything being slow and then having to skip every other turn. It's pretty trash, actually. I'd put Slack Off like probably here. Yeah, probably put it like there. Makuhita! Makuhita is a very beloved favorite of mine. I know he got Zen Headbutt now. Yeah, Zen Headbutt, Stone Edge is huge. Body Press is also pretty nice. Not that huge because your defense is not that great. And Chilling Water. Interesting. So having Stone Edge on this thing is huge. It has 3 absolutely great abilities. Thick Fat Eviolite to make sure that you tank fire and ice matchups better. And you can also Terra to help become more defensive like that. You can do Flame Orb. Guts Facade, baby. Guts Facade with Close Combat and Bullet Punch. And you can do all sorts of crazy stuff. You can also Terra into Rock type. You have Phasing, you have Taunt, you have Water move if you want to. You have Knockoff. It's one of the fightings that can knock off, which is really nice. Body Press, as I said, doesn't really do that much because your defense is 30, but yeah, Zen Headbutt is just more coverage as well. So it's really offensive, low tier kind of deal. You could even do like Sheer Force, Life Orb, or Sheer Force, Berry Juice, Belly Drum. And then you have Priority Bullet Punch, and you can Terra into Steel type, and you'll become a menace. So I'd say Makuhita is pretty strong. It's probably around... I'd actually probably like put it... I'd actually probably just like put it here now. Mankey's obviously better, but I'd obviously just like put it there. Voltorb seems a little high though. I think I'm skewing Voltorb a little bit much. I think I'd rather do something like this. No, that's too high. Something like this maybe. Yeah, that seems better, honestly. Yeah, I just think Makuhita has more. And it's a fighting type too with new Terra, so. Meditite! And Meditite is, obviously, we're talking about Meditite without Pure Power. NFE. Yeah, Meditite is banned in Little Cup because of Pure Power. So obviously in Draft we allow it with Telepathy. It's kind of like, it can do a lot. It can do Scarfy Jump Kick. It can do Bullet Punch. It can do Drain Punch. It can do Fake Out. That's a really good set. I've used Meditite with Pure Power myself in the past. It's an absolute menace. It can do Bulk Up. It can do Calm Mind. It can heal itself. It has Rock type coverage. It has Elemental Punches. It has just an abundance of things that it can do. It can Scarf Trick. It is a great Eviolite user. So like Life Orbs, Choice Scarf Eviolite, it hits kind of hard, and now with Terra as well, that just amplifies it further. I do think it's worse than Makuhita though, so I'd probably put it like here, to be honest. Yeah, the only reason Azurill is that low is because pretty cheesy. If you see a Zerl and you know it's a Terra Captain, you can kind of play it out like that. So something like that. Next up would be, do we have a lot left? Oh Jesus, we have a lot left, don't we? Maybe I'll do like a part 2, maybe. Gulpin, Sticky Hold, very same to Grimer, just worse. It's probably even like here. Probably put it like there. We have Nummel, which is pretty nice. Did Nummel get anything new? Yeah, I got Trailblaze, Stone Edge, which is really nice. Gulping got Source Dance, which is kind of cool. Yeah, I think Nummel is pretty much like, it's like here. Even though it got Stone Edge, it can use some simple shenanigans and it can take away a few games if you're not careful, but you should be able to know what you're doing versus it. And with Terra now is better than as well, and Trailblaze and stuff, so it's kind of nice, but I think I would like it like there. Spoink, what did Spoink get? Spoink, you got Dazzling Gleam now, that's huge. One of the things holding it back was obviously not any fairy moves. Now get Dazzling Gleam with Calm Mind, and it has Power Gem, Grass Knot, Shadow Ball, Store Power. It can phase, it can Scarf Trick with 60 speed, so it's decent. It has great special attack. Pretty trash for physical defense though, but outside of that, I'd say you're fine. Thick Fat is probably your go-to. Calm Mind or Scarf is probably your most used set. And with Terra Typing, this only just becomes better as well. So Spoink is definitely better than this one. It would probably be, I'd say, probably put it here, to be honest. Cacnea! I love Cacnea. Did it get anything new? I think it might have gotten, yeah, it got T-Spikes now! Cool, okay. So Cacnea, the reason you want to use it is a grass type with water immunity. And it's really offensive. It's not really that much defense, and it's kind of slow, but it can do stuff like hit really hard with punching moves like or stab Seed Bomb and Sucker Punch for Prio. Foul Play, Drain Punch, obviously to heal itself up with a lot of attack. That's really nice. Destiny Bond to trade with something better. Setup spikes is really crucial. Nasty Play if you want to use a special attack. A special attack is also really strong. So you can definitely do something like that. You Encore Nasty Plot 2 moves, something like that. But with Terra as well is better. Toxic Spikes helps it out a lot more as well. Trailblaze is also just like a step to raise that speed, which can actually make it a really decent threat. It has Swords Dance. So I like Cacnea. I don't think it's the best in the world, but I do think it is. It's become better, and so I want to reward that behavior. I'll probably put it like here. Swablu, pretty meh. Doesn't really have, it has a little poor HP stat, but outside of that, great defenses. Poor offense, but yeah. Weak to rocks. It can roost in Terra type now, which is nice, and it can become a fairy type with Stab Moonblast or Stab Hurricane. Really amplify that. You can also become a dragon. You can become normal and amplify Hyper Voice. It's nice that it gets Heat Wave and Ice Beam for coverage, so I guess it's a little bit better than it was, because it didn't really do anything before. Now it does something again, at least. It has like one set. I'd say it's better than Swallow is probably like very Eevee-ish tier. Little better than Eevee's, probably something like that. Yeah, so C is going to be a very large tier, I can feel. Yep. Okay, next one is Barboach. And I'm kind of hyped for my boy Barboach because it was really bad before. But now it has anticipation to check if you have a grass type move on you, because that's the only thing that's super effective. Or it can do Oblivious to not get taunted, and it's immune to Intimidate drops as well. Previously it could really only do Dragon Dance, but now it has Rocks as well, which helps its utility out a lot. So now it has like a multi-purpose. Before it was very one-dimensional. But it's not really that much else. Your Dragon Dance sweeps becomes a little more efficient now that you can change your typing to complete them. But Barboach is not really a mon that sets up one Dragon Dance and pulls through your team. It's more like it can just catch you off guard with like 2 Dragon Dances or such. Yeah, because everything is like moved up because of Terastallizing. Some more than others, but Terastallizing is huge. So it helps it out. I'd probably put it. Since it got Stealth Rock, I'm down to put it like. Stealth Rock is huge, bro. I'll probably put it like here. No, is it better than Gulping though? With Stealth Rock, yes. Okay. Yeah, Rocks is huge. Rocks is absolutely huge on that thing. Okay, Shuppet. Insomnia. Yeah, Frisk is awesome. You can item scout to check where your opponent, especially in draft. This is really nice. In ladder, everything, 90% of things use Eviolite. So you don't really need Frisk, but in draft is really nice because you can just check if something is scarfed. You can check where the Eviolites are and stuff like that. You can see items that you weren't prepared for, like resist berries and stuff like that. So Frisk is awesome. Probably the go-to ability unless you're talking about Spore matchups. So it has it can do a Nasty Plot set, but it also has a great attack. So it can do like Shadow Sneak, Sucker Punch. And stuff like that. Use like I thought it got Shadow Claw. I guess not. I guess it does. I guess it does get Phantom Force, but yeah, it has T-Bolt. It has pretty decent coverage. Doesn't get anything too crazy. It's just a low tier offensive ghost. And with Terra, obviously that becomes a little bit better, but not by much. So Shuppet, probably put it like. I want to move these guys down because this is really predictable. Something like this. Slightly better than the Shroomish. Yeah, maybe slightly better than a Shroomish because Shroomish just threatens Spore and that's almost it. Almost it, bro. Almost it. Okay. Snorunt. We love us a Snorunt. Low tier ice type with spikes. Did it get anything? Didn't get anything. That's fine. Obviously, it suffers from bad coverage. Terra helps that a lot. It got Weather Ball, and now the other thing that helps it a lot is that it has access to Snowscape and other moves, and other mods can set up hell for it. And this thing that Ice gets the 1.5 defense is actually really huge for Ice now. This has 50 all across the board, but with this increase, it can actually serve as kind of like a tank that sets up spikes, and you can switch some items around if you want to take away some Eviolites. It has Ice Shard, which is stat priority, and you can terrestrialize into, yeah, some different stuff like you could probably terrestrialize into a ground type to deal with fire and rock, which I'd say is pretty nice. So yeah, but outside of that, it doesn't really do that much. Even with Trailblaze, it doesn't really hit that hard. So Spike's utility is what it's kind of reserved to. You're in this tier for sure. Probably here. It's sad. I really like Snorunt. But that's, if I want to be realistic, that's where I'd put it. Love Disc, it doesn't have an evolution, so you can't use it. Bagon! I'm so excited to talk about Bagon, bro. Because Bagon... Bagon got something new here. Bagon got access to one new move, Iron Head. And if you know dragons to Little Cup, is that or dragons in general, is that if they don't have a move to deal with its fairy weakness, it's gonna be stopped pretty quick. So the problem with Bagon before Iron Head is that it doesn't really have any coverage for fairy types. So if you want a Bagon answer, you do a fairy type. That was like the gist of it. That was the rule. Now what do you do when it has Iron Head and Dragon Dance? Not only does it have Iron Head, Dragon Dance, but Iron Head is further boosted by Sheer Force. So you have Life Orb, Dragon Dance, Iron Head. You go 19. You could even do maybe like 10, 1, 0. Yeah, so you could do 19. You could do absolutely less. Something like this. You could do this. It is a 15 speed, which is not too bad. It's like Jangmo range. You could easily do something like this, and then you do Dragon Claw, and then it doesn't get Earthquake, but you still have Shadow Claw, Rock Slide, Fire Fang for matchup. You could do Facade if you predict to get burned. You could do Double Edge just for stuff. You could do Brick Break if you predict screens. You could do Crunch, which is also Sheer Force boosted. So this thing is absolutely insane now. You could do Zen Headbutt. You can do a Terra type and switch it up. So something like this would probably be it. And this is terrifying to think about now. Iron Head actually saved this, and it can turn into Terrestrial Steel type as well. And you wouldn't want to use Terra Blast instead of Iron Head because Iron Head is Sheer Force boosted. Terra Blast is not Sheer Force boosted. So it actually has some strong options there. It's not quite Dratini tier because it has so strong on priority and stuff. But I'd easily like put Bagon here or something, bro. Like Bagon is scary now, man. With Iron Head, Sheer Force Iron Head, and it also has if you want to do Rock Head and Double Edge spam, you can do that. Dragon Tail, Stab, Switch Out to counter what's it called? Setup if that you're afraid of. You could also do some very obscure shit like Rock Tomb to lower the target speed on quad effectiveness on Larvesta or something like that. Doesn't get Rock Blast, unfortunately, but it's good enough. Like Bagon, Scarf, Iron Head, Sheer Force, Dragon Dance, Life Orb. It's Eviolite, you name it. It's so scary, man. It's jeez, and it's Life Orb, Sheer Force as well, so it doesn't actually take any damage, which means we can just put this at 31 after all, because that's how Sheer Force Life Orb works, and I forgot about that. So absolute menace. That Bagon is now with that Life Orb set. I can't wait to. One, I really want it on my team, so I'll see in the new season if I can scoop it. But it's really strong now. Beware of Bagon. That's all I'm saying. Next up, we have Starly. Starly is really strong. The thing about Starly is that it has Reckless, so things that do Crash or Recall is Amplified Power, and Double Edge is Stab. You can further amplify that with Terrestrializing into your own typing. You could also have Facade and do kind of like what Larry did in the 5th gym. Have like a normal type Terra with Facade, and then you if you get burned somehow, you hit like a truck. Or you could also Terra into flying and hit with Braver like crazy, which is also, I believe, Reckless boosted. It has Heat Wave for Steel types, and that's about it. It has U-turn for momentum. It can Roost heal itself. No Roost! Did it lose Roost? It has Final Gambit, but did this thing not have Roost, or did it lose Roost? That's crazy. Okay, we'll have to take that into account then. Starly is very offensive, but is very glass cannon-y. It kills before it becomes killed itself, so it's probably like here. Starly's there. Yeah. Alright. Cricketune is not really anything. I mean Cricketot, sorry. Shetscan, but it doesn't really have any moves. This is awful. This is absolutely awful. And I don't care that it gets Terra. I'm actually just put it at the bottom because it's horrible. I don't care. It's better than Magikarp, but it's horrible. Next. Shinx. Shinx is pretty good. Gets two very good abilities. Intimidate, which amplifies its defense, which is pretty poor. And Guts. So he can do Flame Orb, Guts, and then he can do all sorts of shenanigans. Wild Charge, Terra type Ice into Ice Fang. Also gets Fire Fang Crunch. But that's all it does really. It's either a Scarfer, Eviolite, Intimidate, Scarf, or Flame Orb Guts. Its speed is not anything super, and it's under average. So I'd probably put it like slightly just above Mareep, and this I'd probably just put it there, to be honest. I like Spike's utility a lot, so I'd probably do it like this, yeah. Okay. Combi. Thing is garbage, bro. Hustle. I mean, you can hustle into a Terra move, but that's gonna be 80%. Combi is really garbage. There. I don't want to talk about it. Let's move on. Buizel. It's a Rain Sweeper, and it's a really fast Rain Sweeper. It hits 19 speed, 65 attack is not bad. You can Rain Terrastalize with Aqua Jet in water. You have Bulk Up for setup. You have great Ice type coverage. And you have Wave Crash now as well, which is just like a really strong stab. So it's a really strong Rain Sweeper outside of that. And now with Terra as well, really strong Rain Sweeper. And I think that's that actually. It's either Bulk Up Sweeper, Rain Sweeper, and that's it. So we'll move Buizel along the lines of it's like Psyduck but better. It's like it can play in rain and bulk up, so like that's it. I'd probably put it there. Maybe since you got Focus Blast, I'll actually put you there. Next, Shellos. Interesting Pokemon. Not just like any other water types, because first of all, it's immune to water, which is pretty nice, and it increases that special attack as well when it activates. So you can actually do something, can hit a little bit hard. But the one thing that gave me some faith in it was that I think I saw a set that was like Facade. It was Acid Armor, Amnesia, or was it Curse? I think it was Curse. Yeah, Facade, Curse, Amnesia, Rest. Something like this was really strong, so that you can't really get toxic or worn down. You can heal yourself with Rest. You can set up Boost, and then you can just Facade away with Eviolite. And you can't lose your Eviolite either with Sticky Hold, so knockoff is not the solution either. So that's kind of like a very niche demon set I've seen. But outside of that, you have Recover to heal yourself. You have Memento to sack. You have Stealth Rock now, which I don't think you got before. So that deserves to amp it up a little bit. But it's like a middle of the road water type. Pretty average. I'll probably put it above Spoink and Pineco, and I won't put it above Sticky Web because Sticky Web is really strong. Probably like there. Probably like B. Drifloon. Okay, so I want to talk about Drifloon. Drifloon is crazy. With Terrastalizing as well, it's actually crazy. So it doesn't get Recycle anymore. That's really interesting. That's actually a huge nerf to it. That might actually help it out a lot. Because what you used to do was Calm Mind, Will-O-Wisp, Hex, and then you used kind of like a something like this. All I know is that you used Unburden to get speed. You had Calm Mind, and then you had Berry Juice, Will-O-Wisp, Hex, and then you could like Recycle. So if your Berry, or was it Recycle? Yeah, or it's like Acrobatics. So it's still pretty strong. This is. Yeah, Recycle doesn't do that much for it because you lose Unburden. So yeah, you can trade with itself. It hits crazy with Shadow Ball. Ghost type is really strong in Little Cup. Thunderball is nice. Terra is obviously really good. Memento for momentum. Defog for taking away. And then you have sets like these that are just annoying. Drifloon, where you at, bro? You probably end up at like a. It is banned on certain ladders, but I think, or at least it was banned on ladder. Drifloon probably sits like here now, I think. Yeah, but I'm confident putting Drifloon there. Stunky. Stunky is pretty cool. Aftermath or Stench is pretty fast at 18, so moves that don't have a chance to flinch has a little bit chance to flinch now. But the main thing about Stunk is that it got a really big buff. First of all, he got Trailblaze to increase its speed and hit ground types, which is his only weakness. Second of all, it got T-Spikes, which means that it can now be a utility T-Spiker with Venoshock and use that effectively and annoy the opponent. Or aside from what it's usually doing, it's like Nasty Pod, Dark Pulse, Flamethrower, and Sludge Bomb. But now it actually got physical poison moves for the first time, I believe, which is pretty huge because it didn't have that before, which means it had to settle a lot with using special. But now it can do Gunk Shot, it can do Poison Jab, and that just really plays well into using Sucker Punch. And you could do all sorts of stuff with this. You could use Foul Play, you could use Shadow Claw, you could use Terra. But I'd say that Gunk Shot and Poison Jab is really huge for it, because now it can actually be a physical threat as well, not just a special one, and then it got some more utility as well. So it got buffed. It's pretty strong now. Let's see, Stunky, where are you? So you probably were around here, but I say now you're probably like there now. Yeah, Stunky's there probably. Bronzor, oh my god, I want to talk about Bronzor. Doesn't get any buffs, that's fine. My boy is still perfectly round and beautiful. We love us some Bronzor here. Bronzor is the true equalizer. I'd probably say it's not greater than Mankey, but it is greater than Makuhita. Probably says there. Being weak to knockoff sucks ass. I get it. But with these two abilities, it's just such a good defensive mon. Defensive utility is out the roof. It does keep recycle, which is really nice with Berry Juice. As long as you don't get that knocked off, you should be fine. You can set up Stealth Rock really reliably because your defenses are through the roof. Your offense is really bad, so you don't really ever use that much offensive moves. But that's fine. It's a utility mon for sure. We're talking screens. We're talking setting Trick Room if you want to. We're talking hitting for quad if you'd like, but it can also do kind of like a Calm Mindset or Gyro Ball if something is really fast and weak to Steel or something like that. But the main thing is like Stealth Rock, Berry Juice Recycle, maybe Gyro Ball, or maybe Psychic, and then maybe a screen or some utility move like that. So yeah, this thing actually doesn't look that menacing up front, but the amount of utility it has is truly scary, and is a very reliable stealth rocker. Yeah, and Levitate is just great because it negates a weakness. Heat Proof is also great because it negates another weakness, and you can kind of play that 50-50 mind game, and you can kind of get a lot of mileage from using this. Yeah, you could also set up like Iron Defense to become really tanky. You don't get Body Press though, but that's fine. You could do Stored Power as well if you want to go for like a Calm Mind, Iron Defense kind of shenanigans. Slow things down with Bulldoze. Yeah, quite utility heavy, but I like me a Bronzor. I like me a Bronzor. It's probably lower on the tier, but since it's my tier list, I'll put Bronzor there because I love it so much. All right, Bonsly. Sturdy Berry Juice, really nice. Rock type, great move pool with Stealth Rock, and it gets spikes now, so that's even more utility. I want to see what other stuff you got. Yeah, so you got Earthquake, Stone Edge, and Trailblaze. Stab Stone Edge is nice. Trailblaze is whatever. It's not really that nice. And getting Earthquake is huge. Your attack is 80, so you hit hard still. But you're worse than a Geodude, if you get what I mean. But at least you get that non-stab Earthquake, and you can Terra into a couple of things, I suppose. Spikes is better than Chinks. Everything with Spikes and Stealth Rocks. Put it above Chinks. I would probably do like this then. Yeah. So you get Earthquake, I'll put you above Snorunt as well. Probably like there. Yeah. Next up we have Happiny. Happiny is pretty garbage. Don't get me wrong, the ability is pretty nice. The ability is pretty nice, the move pools are pretty nice, but I mean, 5 defense, you're not getting far when fighting type is really good in the tier, so. You don't really have that many Terra options either because your special attack is 15, so. Just pure utility doesn't get you that far, unfortunately. Probably put you there, actually. Yep, next up we have Gibble. Gibble. Rough Skin is obviously nice with Stealth Rock. I don't think you get spikes like Garchomp does, but yeah. Scarf Draco is really nice. It's a Scarf 14er? Yeah, so it's 14 Scarf. 1 point away from being 15, which is sad. It doesn't get Dragon Dance like Bagon, so it doesn't really reach that level of... And it doesn't have a damage boosting ability either, so it doesn't ever reach that plateau of damage, but it's a little more utility with like a physically tanky variant, maybe with Stealth Rock. Stab Earthquake is having Stab Earthquake is really nice, and you can Terra into a Steel type for Iron Head, so you can do like Stealth Rock, Iron Head, Earthquake. It's probably going to be Stealth Rock 3 moves a lot of the time, to be honest. It does get... I thought it does get Scale Shot? No, it doesn't. Okay. Yeah, you just still get Dragon Tail and stuff like that, but most of the time it's probably going to be Stealth Rock 3 attacks with Rough Skin. That's going to be it. So utility, a little utility dragon is probably... Stab Earthquake hits for a lot. Probably put it like there, to be honest, if I'm being really fair. I don't want to do like this. Yeah, probably maybe even there. Yeah, something like this, because it has a better Terra than Larvitar, I think. Put it there. Put it there. Put it there. Put it there. Don't think more about it. Just put it there. Move on. Riolu. Steadfast is nice. Inner Focus is nice, but Prankster is godlike. Having your status moves get priority is really nice. You can get a Source Dance or Nessipa, or a Bulk Up, and you get a really good, so to speak, a really good setup opportunity. Or you can Prankster Sub. You can Prankster Rest, Sleep Talk, do something there. Prankster Agility to instantly get +2 speed if you want that. You can do Scarf Final Gambit. You have 16 speed. You have priority. You have Stab Close Combat, which it got now. I think that's what it got, which is really strong. But you don't really do anything outside of being an offensive threat, or do a small amount of trolling or a small amount of annoyance with Prankster. But it does have Prankster, so. Riolu, get up here, bro. I'd say like you're worse than Makuhita with the Terra, maybe. You're actually better. So I'll do like this. I'll do it like this, actually. Next up we have Hippopotas. If we search up Sandstream, right? Hippopotas is the only one that gets Sandstream in Little Cup. It's not the only one that can summon sand, but it's the best sand summoner in the tier. Strong attack, strong defense, decent special defense. You want to use this with Eviolite, or you want to use this with Smooth Rock. You want to pair this with Drill Burr a lot of the time. Yeah, so you can slack off to heal. You have Stealth Rock to set up. You can Yawn to try and get in Drill Burr easier and try to get a Swords Dance up or something. Get something going, Life Orb. You have coverage in Fangs. You have Fire Fang, Ice Fang, and I believe Thunder Fang. So you can kind of catch people off guard with those. You can. So it's very utility tank ground type. But because of its a godlike ability, summoning weather for Sand Sweepers, it's kind of very team defining in that sense. And so, because of that capability, I think I would put it like, probably put it like, you can summon weather. Like, how good is that? You know, it's probably I'd probably put Hippopotas like there. Actually, I think it's a lot better than people give you credit for just because of the ability. And having 70 attack as well with Stab Earthquake is just really nice. And healing yourself as well, as someone who can set up weather, is incredibly strong because you get to have Eviolite to boost your defense, and you get to have a healing move to keep yourself healthy with that boosted defense. It's hard to break without setting up, and you have Yawn to threaten people out and get up rocks and do shenanigans. So it's really strong. Next up is Krogunk. Krogunk is a menace on the field. Let's see what he got. Krogunk. Shadow Claw, Chilling Water. Shadow Claw is nice, but it doesn't really change what Krogunk is able to do. It has Dry Skin, and you don't ever use anything outside of Dry Skin. Very, very, very rarely do you do that. You're hurt a little bit more by fire, but you basically gain an immunity to water, so it's incredibly worth. And Krogunk can really fight and set up Nasty Plot against water types now, or it can bulk up. It has priority Bullet Punch. It has it doesn't have close combat, but it does have Focus Blast for a special Nasty Plot, or it does have Drain Punch if it wants to heal, Brick Breaker to break screens, Cross Chop to just hit as hard as possible. It also gets Earthquake, which is really nice. Fake Out for Chip, Encore for utility. It gets Rock Slide. It gets Thunder Punch. Yeah, so it gets a lot of coverage in its moves. And then having the option to special sweep as well with Nasty Plot is really nice. Sucker Punch is nice, being quad weak to Psychic, and you can hit them for super effective. You could also Terra into a Dark type after getting up a Nasty Plot, and if you have like Dark Pulse, I believe you get Dark Pulse. Did you lose Dark Pulse? Oh Jesus. Okay. Do you have any special Dark move? Okay, so that's a huge hit to the special attacking set. But you could still do like a special Sludge Bomb, I guess. Yeah. Really strong fighting type. Really top tier because water is such a common type. 15 speed is not bad. Being able to be special and physical is really good. Incredible move pool. So, and it has taunt as well, yeah, so it's really strong. Krogunk is easily a top tier fighter. Better than Mankey. It's up here. It's up here, bro. It's probably better than Wingull. It's probably there. That's where I'd put Krogunk. S tier, baby. Finneon. A lot of people don't like Finneon. I'm a Finneon fan. It has 17 speed, and it can get that's what becomes 37, I believe, in when it's doubled. Not 16, that becomes 32. Hello. But it can Water Terra, and it can do Hydro Pump, and it doesn't really have the greatest move pool, but at least it gets like Dazzling Gleam, and with Terra that's going to actually help a lot now. It doesn't have the greatest offense, doesn't have the greatest defense, but it's a low tier that can pivot for you and do some wall breaking. So I like it in that sense. Having Dazzling Gleam on something like this is pretty nice. And yeah, and you can also do a physical variant with Acrobatics if you want to. Probably 9 times out of 10 you're not going to do it, but it's fine. Finneon, I do want to try and get it to a place it deserves to be. Its shallow move pool keeps it really low, so I don't want to put it up here with stuff like has like Stealth Rock and Spikes and stuff. It's probably worse than Jinx, but I think it has potential to be better than Psyduck, actually, in my opinion. It probably doesn't, if I'm realistic, but it's my tier list, so I'll put it there. Snover. Snover, Snow Warning, same thing as it's kind of the same thing as Hippopotas, and now this gets buffed as well because it gets a 50% boost to his defense. Is really cool Scarfer with Blizzard, and like it can use what's it called, Wood Hammer, so it can do either a Scarf special or a Scarf physical set. It gets Stab, Ice Shard for priority if you want to do something that's not Scarf. You get Giga Drain as a means to heal yourself, and Leech Seed as a way to heal yourself in some regard. But you don't have Aurora Veil, and you're kind of like the definition of what I call LCUU. So, but you do have a godlike ability, so it's not your job to do all these things. But now you also get a way to boost your speed, which is Stab, which is kind of cool. But this is your main job is just to be on the field. Maybe get off some kills with Scarf Blizzard or Scarf Wood Hammer. So it's not Hippopotas. It's not quite Hippopotas, but it is. Its weather does do a lot for it. I'd probably put it like here. Yeah, I'll probably put Snover like there. Or Summoning Hail might be a little better, but it's very team defining. You become very weak to a certain timing. But now you can Terra. The potential is quite huge. Probably put it there. Snore is probably like there. Yeah, Snore is probably like there. But then it's probably like it's just you use it just for the ability though. I'll put you here. You use it for a really good ability, but that's all you pretty much use it for. And I'm really glad that I'm doing this list because I get to do justice to things that never see day of light. Or just give shoutouts to things that people don't talk about. Petalil, it has own tempo, so it can't get confused, and it's immune to Intimidate, and I believe doesn't it have Petal Dance? Sheesh, this thing is scuffed as shit, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Terra Blast helps, but stats are not as raw as you would like them to be, and you kind of are forced to use Terra Blast. Is pretty shit, to be honest. Petalil is pretty bad. That's Torkoal, bro. Let's be realistic here. It's Petalil we're talking about. Petalil, you are doomed to fail. You're actually worse than Hoppip. Probably put you like there. You can Terra. I'll probably put you like there. Next up we have Sandile. Scarf Moxie, Eviolite, Intimidate, great with Resist Berries, sets up Stealth Rock, gets really strong with Crunches and Earthquakes. It doesn't get knockoff, which sucks, but it does get rock coverage, and it's a strong Moxie with Terra as well. I think you can get Moxie easier, so it's pretty strong like that. But it's a really strong ground dark type offensive Pokemon that has the axis of Stealth Rock. It's very unique typing in Little Cup. So it does a lot of damage. I'd probably say it's like here. I think Mankey has a little higher potential just because it has a much better move pool and better, or like same speed, but yeah. Well, it's Intimidate. Ooh, this is hard. This is hard, bro. But then again, I kind of say Mankey's like here. Probably do like that. Yeah, probably do like that. Okay. Basculin, I don't want to hear it. It's banned. I'll just do one Basculin as a symbol for all the Basculins. Where is it now? There it is. Basculin is banned, and that's the end of the story. It got an evolution. It's always too strong with adaptability, and that's just how it is. So Zorua, you sucker. You are annoying as frick. Illusion disguises itself as other Pokemon, really hard to play against. It can knock off, and it can kind of, now with heavy duty boots as well, it helps as Illusion. It's a great pivot. It can do Nasty Plot and Sweep when you don't expect it. It's probably the definition of LCRU, as I see it, is a very defining Pokemon. It has been a very defining Pokemon in LCRU for a long while. I do think it's banned in LCRU now, though. But I'll probably put it... I think it's better than Houndour, bro. It's better than Shellos. I don't necessarily know if it's better than Stego. I think so. I think you're like... If that's the case, you're like here. But I'll do like this, I guess. I think that's fine. It's hard to order them with a specific tier as well. Okay. Sneasel, obviously banned. Magnemite, we've already talked about. Rolls, we talked about. Lots of stuff here. Gothorita. A tier Pokemon. Frisk, we talked about Frisk, really good. Shadow Tag is where it shines though. Shadow Tag, you almost always use Shadow Tag unless Shadow Tag is really bad to use. But using Frisk will give you away because it shows when you have Frisk. So Shadow Tag to trap things and you Calm Mind and you just hit like a truck. Or you are a really annoying set, like you could trap them and you can do, what can you do here? Yeah, you can trap them, taunt them. You can't really heal yourself back up though. Maybe not as strong as people think. Well, with Terra, that changes as well. Well, you can rest, obviously. You can just sit there and rest, to be honest. And you can PP stall them as far as you'd like. If you predict a good Terra type, they can switch out. You can set up Calm Minds as you like. Really strong Pokemon with Terra. Really strong. Let's see here. Because you think your Pokemon can beat Gothorita, and then it Terras, and then it sits there and Calm Minds, and then by the time you're out of its shenanigans trap, you basically lost the game. So I'll put Gothorita with Terra. I'd probably put it like here. I said A, but I think it's better than some of the stuffs here. With Terra, I think it's really strong. I'll put it there. Frig it, bro. I'll put it there. And I want to be a little crazy. I'll do like this, actually. Well, I don't know. It's one set. No, Dratini can do tons of sets. Bagon has like one really defining set, and it requires Life Orb to use, so yeah, we'll do that. Okay, Deerling, pretty. Sunsweeper, middle of the road. Serene Grace, Headbutt is pretty nice, or Serene Grace Body Slam can be pretty nice. Terra Blast also helps, but it hasn't really changed that much. It's a grass normal type. And it does some stuff, so it has Play Rough. Yeah, it doesn't really do that much. It's just an offensive Serene Grace abuser, and now there's an item to counter it as well. So it doesn't really ever do anything. I think it's a really budget grass type that you can do something with. I'd say it's worse than Cacnea for sure. I think it's worse than Meditite. It's probably not worse than Meditite actually. It's probably like there. Because the stats are just better. Okay. Fungus. Let's talk about Fungus. Oh, whoa. So Fungus was pretty... Where am I? Fungus was pretty good in Gen 7 because it got access to Hidden Power Fire. For Fungus to do something against Ferrothorns and stuff now, though, it has to turn to a Fire type, but it at least is more than just sitting there and not being able to do something, because that's been the bane of Fungus's existence for a long while, is what does it do when Ferrothorn comes in? It's hard to counter. So ever since it lost Hidden Power Fire. So now it kind of is back because it can Terra Fire again. But the Spore Thread is also really nice. It has regen. It can absorb T-Spikes. It has Giga Drain, Sludge Bomb, Foul Play, stuff like that. So I'd probably put Fungus like... I think Fungus is better. I think Fungus is like here. Turning to a fire type to be able to beat Ferrothorn is kind of like a loss, but you could do it. The theoretical possible is there, so I have to respect that. Dynamo, don't even get me started. You are garbage unless you got something I'm very not aware of. You will always and forever be absolute garbage. You might not have a weakness, but you're not a Pokemon, so it doesn't matter. Dynamo is here, bro. Dynamo is there, bro. That's where I'd put it. Axew, you are a god. Let's talk about Axew. You're Bagon, just better. You're Bagon, but better in a different way. So you're like an anti-BS Bagon. Instead of like a Bagon that just hits hard and just like is very standard, this thing is a whole different beast because it can Life Orb just like it, but it doesn't have Sheer Force. It has Mold Breaker, but it can do First Impression. You can also do Dragon Dance, but it can also do Iron Head and Poison Jab. It has 2 ways of countering fairies. It can do Terra into a different typing to really gain some strong moves. It has Crunch as well, which is not, of course, Sheer Force boosted, but Mold Breaker just with Stomping Tantrum, for example, and then you ignore Levitates and stuff like that. So Mold Breaker is just a really nice ability for doing stuff like that. It can also be Scarf Special and drop Dracos, but you really want to be using that physical attack for as long as you want. For where the money is at. You could also do Sword Stance. Yeah, but the main thing is that you have 1 speed more than Bagon, and you have a better metagame ability, so to speak. You don't get the same type of power as Bagon, but you get more speed and you get a little more what's it called? Utility in your offense, which could be worth, and so I think Axew is very close to being on the same playing field as Bagon. Even though Sheer Force boosted Terra type is going to be crazy, I don't think it's going to be as good. I actually think, in my humble opinion, I think Bagon will be better than Axew now, but I think it will be by such a small margin that I'll put them next to each other. Or maybe like something like this. I also think I have overestimated you a little bit, because you yourself don't really do that much, but your ability does a lot. Probably put you... Probably put you there, bro. Something like this. I think Bagon will become better. First Impression is protectable, is doable. It does hit hard, but yeah, I do think the speed is not gonna... It's very unlike me to put something that's speedier like that. But I don't know. I just think now that Bagon has Iron Head, that it has so much more to play with Sheer Force. This has more diversity though. It also has Endeavor and Taunt and stuff. I can't bring myself to do it. Let's be honest with ourselves. Let's do this as it's intended to be. But I will put Bagon very close to the Axew here. Cubchoo, we love a good Cubchoo, don't we? Because Cubchoo got some new stuff. You got a bunch of new stuff: Trailblaze, Liquidation, Rock Slide, and X-Scissor. That's pretty huge for someone like Cubchoo, because Cubchoo is a Slush Rusher. It gets 1.5 times defense. It has body press it could use without boosted defense now. It has it becomes really fast taunter. It has a yawner. It's most likely just like a life orb with ice punch or stuff like that, or icicle crash. It doesn't get icicle crash, but life orb, ice punch. Now it gets liquidation as coverage as well, and rock slide. And then of course you could also do. Did it lose superpower? I don't know if it got superpower. But the point is, like, with Life Orb and just hitting with your base 70 attack, you're pretty fast, you hit pretty hard. That Trailblaze is probably not going to do that much for you, but... Yeah, the defense boost for Cubchoo and Hail is definitely going to help. And Cubchoo hits like a truck without Hail as well, but I'll probably put it like... Probably put you like there, to be honest. Pawniard, you beast. Pawniard is a beast. Did Pawniard get anything? It's really important to check. Pawn didn't get anything, good. Terror typing you though into a ghost step is terrifying me every day, and I can't get sleep because of it, because you're 4 times weak to fighting. Terastizing into ghost makes that immune. You're a good source dancer. You can rock polish and kill things. You can iron head flinch things. You have rocks. Did you lose knockoff? You lost knockoff. Really? You say you lost knockoff? That's incredibly huge for Pawniard to lose knockoff. Actually makes you really dealable now. Oh, that's so huge. I can't even put my finger on that. You still have a lot of utility, and you still hit like a truck with SD and stuff. With your Stealth Rock, Iron Head, Sucker, Knockoff set got really shafted into the ground because Knockoff is gone now. So it's much more like a offensive kind of thing. That's so huge, bro. The typing is still great, and it's still offensive powerhouse, and it's still hard to deal with. I won't deny that, but now Pawniard is not even... It used to be up here, it's not even S+ anymore, bro. Pawniard without knockoff, but he can Ghost type Terra. Probably put you here now, bro. Rufflet. Did Rufflet get anything new? Nope. That's fine. Let's hope it didn't lose too much goodness, because Rufflet is I really love me some Rufflet. I want to put you at S+. I want to put you at the best Pokemon so far we have had. But let's look at Rufflet and judge with our eyes. Because we have Hustle. You have Hustle Aerial Ace that you can do with Scarf. And you could also do Hustle Brave Bird, which hits like a truck. Do you have Double Edge? You don't have Double Edge anymore, which is huge, but you still have Facade, which is pretty good. You have Close Combat for coverage, and that's all you ever need. You have Roost U-Turn. So as long as I can run Brave Bird, with either Sheer Force or Hustle, and I can use Close Combat, Roost, U-Turn, I'll be happy. Like, that's all Rufflet ever needs in my eyes. The very occasional Rock Slide and occasional Rock Slide, occasional Shadow Claw, occasional Defog, occasional Bulk Up, occasional Acrobatics. But these are the 4 main moves that keep Rufflet going. Double Edge sucks to lose, but at least it does have Body Slam and Facade still. And it can Terra as well into a normal type and just hit for crazy power. So Terra is gonna make this Pokemon crazy with Hustle. You can Terra into flying. You can Terra into flying and Aerial Ace, and with Hustle, that's incredibly broken. So I think that's gonna be off the charts, to be honest. And then you also have Close Combat. It's just gonna be terrifying, bro. Absolute terrifying Pokemon. I love it. I don't want to ban it, but I think it will honestly think it will get banned. Dino, you're forced to have hustle, so you're kind of on the back foot just because of that. 4 times weak to fairy is not cool either, and you don't have Iron Head for that. So Dino is pretty much exactly where it always is. No change almost. It's like a... like here. It can be strong if it hits, but if it doesn't hit, it doesn't really. It can easily die to missing a hit, but it can also be a nice wall breaker if it hits. So. Did I give it too much? I think Dino might be worse than Gulpin actually. I think I'll put Dino there. Yeah, okay. Fair. Next up. Oh, do we have a lot left? We have quite a lot left. We're not even on the new mons yet. Larvesta. Terra is going to be great for you. Flame Body. Flame Charge to increase your speed. You want to burn stuff, you have Will-O-Wisp as well. You can heal yourself with Morning Sun. You're not any nerf there. You have Heavy Duty Boots, so you don't have to worry about rocks as much unless you get knocked off. You have U-Turn for that. You have Flare Blitz. You can tear into Grass type Giga Drain. Or I think you also get Trailblaze. Yes, you do. So you can do that. Or Flame Charge, you can kind of decide. Yeah, no Quiver, obviously. That would have been insanely strong. This gets Double Edge for some reason, but yeah. So you're pretty much almost unchanged. Which is fine. Or you do get some changes, like you can decide to Grass type Terra, which is pretty nice for waters and rocks and grounds and stuff. I'd probably put you... probably put you like here, to be honest. Your ability to burn stuff is really nice. But I mean, since Sandal can Terra, I can probably do some stuff. I'll do like this, to be honest. Litleo. Woo! Moxie is pretty nice, but you are a special attacker, so you don't really get to use it that much, which is kind of unfortunate. Unnerve can be nice in draft because of berries, but Flame Charge for Leverlets, you have Wild Charge for water, so you can Terra now. You're not that much different. You're pretty close to as you were. You're the little wee. I think it's better than Nummel. I think it's better than Starly. I think it's better than you. I don't think it's better than Gible, though. It's probably like there. Scatterbug. Lord help us all. Compound Ice. You almost have nothing to contribute with. You're like here. Okay, let's go. Let's move on. It's time for my boy Skrelp, and Skrelp is a friggin' beast, bro. If you thought adaptability EV was a problem, then adaptability Poison Water, you best believe it. There's no point in using any of these when you have adaptability. The thing about this is it gets, I think it gets Flip Turn. It lost Flip Turn. U-Turn. Yeah, it lost Pivot. Okay. So that takes away a huge selling point of it, actually. I mean, you can Terra, which is pretty good with adaptability, but... you have 60 and a lot of stats, which is really strong for EV light usage. And you can hit hard, but losing the ability to pivot is pretty strong, to be honest. You're more just like a wall breaker now, with some utility and Toxic Spikes, adaptability boosted Venoshock. So you probably just want to use Sludge Bomb anyway. You just want to hit hard. Adaptability boosted Hydro Pump Scarf. It's a great scarf for a EV light user, but it's... without the pivots, it's kind of worse than Clauncher now, to be honest. Losing flip turn is huge. I'll put you... I'll put you here. Yeah, you lost our ability to flip, so you would have been much better with flip turn, but that kind of sucks, to be honest. I did not like that at all. I was excited to use Scarlet, but now I learned that it doesn't have freaking flip turn, and that hurts my heart. It does hurt my heart a lot. It doesn't get Draco either yet, because it's not a dragon. Ah, that sucks, man. That actually sucks. Okay. Alright. Well, we have Strong Fairy type. Thing about Flabebe is that it couldn't hit Steel types at all. It just got hard countered by Steel types. But its defensive utility is immaculable and invaluable. Because it's a really strong Wish user. It has Moonblast, it has grass type moves and stuff like that, and it can wish, and I believe it can heal. Well, maybe not, but it can wish at least, and it's a really good wish user, and strong Moonblast with 60 base power fairy. So, and now it can Terra, so it's better. So, but it's probably here, to be honest. It's probably like here. Yeah, it's probably there. Next up, we have Noibat. Noibat has always been my go-to budget dragon when I can't get something like Jangmo or Axew or Dratini or something like that. Noibat has always been my go-to. Let's see if Noibat gets anything new. Play that. No, you don't. So Noibat has Frisk, which is we already talked about, really strong. Infiltrator is also really nice for breaking purposes. It's a really good defogger, 16 speed. It can use Stab Acrobatics, which is now you can Terra that, which is really strong. Or you can also Draco Meteor Terra into Dragon. You can do all sorts of stuff. You have Hurricane, you can Terra. So this gains a lot from Terra. It still has Roost, it still has U-Turn, great Scarfer with Terra, I'd say. But outside of Scarfing with Terra here, I wouldn't say it does really that much. So it's like Frisk, Draco, Hurricane, maybe Heat Wave, U-Turn, something like that, or Terra Blast. That's Terrain Pulse. Probably be like a Choice Scarfer, Dragon, 16 speed, something like that. And that, don't get me wrong, this is a really good set, but it's kind of one-dimensional. It's not really tanky enough to utilize Eviolite effectively when it takes Stealth Arc damage and stuff like that, so I can't really defog that effectively. So it's kind of on the budgety side. I'd probably say you're there, to be honest. But Terra does do a lot for you. Okay, Skadoosh. Grass immunity is nice. You have grass immunity. You can have Horn Leech, and you can terrestrialize Horn Leech, which heals you a lot. You also have Metal Drink for sustenance. You can also set up Grassy Terrain, which further boosts that. I don't know if you get Grassy Glide. You don't get Grassy Glide, so it's not any worth. You have like a bulk up set. You have like a Leech Seed set. You have like a heal, offense, tanky, Eviolite user. Trailblaze helps a lot. It pushes 15 to over 20, so that helps ginormously with having fast sub Leech Seed or something like that. But for the most part, you're basically like a pure grass type of Bulu in a way, I'd say, and that's not the greatest. I mean, it's a little better than these guys. It's better than you. It's like very Noibat-y. Yeah, it's very Noibat-y. It's probably a little worse than Noibat. Yeah, something like that. Dedenne cannot evolve, so we don't have Dedenne, right? Yeah, that's OU. Bergmite. Okay. Did Bergmite get anything new? I think he maybe got Ice Spinner. and you get really tanky in Snowscape at least, Bergmite. Yeah, so you have obviously Sturdy Berry Juice, Rapido Spin, really nice rapid spinner in that sense because you could also do heavy duty boots. You can do own tempo to preserve your 70 attack, which is pretty respectable. You have you can heal yourself, recover, and kind of get your sturdy back. Now you can Terra into ground type and kind of get like a soft earthquake, which is really helpful. But for the most part, you're going to want to just use this as a rapid spinner. It doesn't really change that much. Bergmite's pretty much the same. And the more spin to win we have, the more we grin. So Bergmite, you're like better than Snorunt because you don't spike but you spin, which is better. And so I would say Bergmite is probably around here. I'd say Bergmite is probably there, to be honest, or maybe even above you. Probably there. No, I want to. Who drafts the Deerling, bro? With the Cagnia buffs, I think that Cagnia is better, but I'll put Bergmite there. Bergmite is solid. I like Bergmite. Don't think bad of Bergmite just because I put it in C. It's really valuable. It's a decent spinner to have. Don't worry about it. Next up to talk about, we have Fletchling. And I'm excited to see if this got anything because using Gale Wings is pretty cool with this thing. Obviously, you don't want to Gale Wing Brave Bird, but if you can like, you can use Gale Wings with a special attack Hurricane, for example, or Air Slash to get priority when you're at full HP. So you can have Berry Juice to restore that priority, or you could have Roost to restore that priority, and have Eviolite. It's not Picky Peck, but it can do some stuff with like Swords Dance, Brave Bird, Berry Juice, Acrobatics. Like Acrobatics Berry Juice would work with Roost. And then it has good fire coverage as well with like Flare Blitz. If you want some fire coverage because it does become a fire bird, and then you have like U-turn, stuff like that. So CC speed is pretty decent for a bird. It's okay. It's not it's a minimum requirement for being a usable bird, I think. So or like a maybe 15 is the minimum. So it's something around that range. Where did I put you? Who did we just talk about? Bird, 16 speed, Fletchling. There we go. Need to move you, my friend. Fletchling. Ling-a-ling-a-ling-ling. You better than Swablu. Better than Noibat? Yes. Better than Starly? Yes. It's like around here, bro. It's better than you. It's kind of like a little bit better than you. Oh, it's probably like there. Yeah, it's probably there. Gumi! Gumi is tiered way too high in my current league, so I have to drop it a few points, but Gumi's nice. Grass immunity, or Gooey, is really nice as well for lowering speed on contact. Now it has Draco, or no, what am I saying? It has Draco, which you can Dragon Terra into doing like one nuke. And Terra really helps it with a shitty move pool because it basically only has Sludge Bomb, Thunderbolt, and Draco. Now it can have all sorts of stuff, which helps it a lot because special attack is not too bad, but it's much more a specially defensive tank. I need to pop in for a quick question. Soul Link on Wednesday, 7 p.m. That sounds nice. Do Soul Link on Wednesday for now, yeah. Soul Link Wednesday, 7 p.m. sounds nice. Sounds fine. Yeah, that sounds fine, bro. So even though Gooey has some usable abilities and stuff, Terra helps it a lot, but the stats are kind of subpar. Lark, hey, thanks for lurking, Bedlino. So Gooey's definitely on there. Where is Gumi? Did I move it up? Okay, so Gumi's on here. I'd probably put Gumi like with Terra is better than a Spore Threat, is better than Barboach with rocks. It's not better than Bergmite. It's probably there. No, it's probably here. Yeah, Gumi's probably there. Next up we got, let's see. Clauncher, baby. Oh my days. Clauncher. Boy, do I want to talk about Clauncher. Clauncher is amazing. Okay, so Clauncher, the thing about Clauncher, right? Ooh, Clauncher is easily up here, bro. Easily. At the top of like B. It's probably even better than you. It's not better than you. It's probably like A, bro. So Clauncher has an ability called Mega Launcher. And unlike Scrap, it didn't lose Flip Turn. Oh my god. Well, U-Turn. It has U-Turn. You can never go wrong with U-Turn. You have U-Turn. That's fine. They probably get Flip Turn when home comes anyway. So it has U-Turn and Mega Launcher, so you can boost stuff like Dark Pulse, Aura Sphere, and you can do Water Pulse if you want. That's like the gist of it. And then you have U-Turn, right? So you either do Eviolite and then Scald instead of Water Pulse, and then Aura Sphere, Dark Pulse, U-Turn, or you do Scarf with this because it's base 15 speed. So it barely hits 15, which is nice with the Scarf. But the main thing is it didn't really have complete coverage, and that was because it usually lacks Dark Pulse, but it got Dark Pulse as a buff here. Clauncher got Dark Pulse, which is huge because that's boosted by Mega Launcher, and that actually there's a lot of cases where Dark Pulse would be really nice coverage to have versus a certain team matchups, especially in draft. And now it has Dark Pulse, so we have to take that into account that it's much better now with Dark Pulse. It's much better, and that's just the way it is. Clauncher's amazing with Mega Launcher, baby. Mega Launcher is a really high boost. It's like 1.5. So it's like Stab, and you can Terra that too now. So it's really strong. Marini. Oh, Marini. I'm not a big fan of Marini, to be honest. And it got nerfed a little bit as well now, I think. Because Marini is basically... It's an Eviolite user, and it's rarely anything else. So it takes up a slot of that. Yes, it has Regenerator, Eviolite, which you think is pretty strong, but this is like the first thing that always loses its Eviolite. It can heal itself with Recover and Sludge Bomb, and it used to Scald you. So you can do that, but the thing is, like, it doesn't have knockoff now, and that's a little bit, yeah. And knockoff is like a huge part of its kit, and I feel like it gets easily taken care of by stuff like it gets knockoff really easily because it's the only thing on the team that can get not get 1-hit KO'd or 2-hit KO'd by certain stuff, and then you recover up, and then you get trapped by Diglett, or you take a T-ball too hard or something like that, and then it's out the window for you. So I don't really like Marini. It's pretty good. I'm not gonna sit here and say it's not good because it is really good, but it's gotten nerfed quite, and I would actually put it below Clauncher. I'd probably put it even without knockoff. I'd probably put it. It's probably in this range, probably there. Yeah, so you get regen, which is really strong, of course, but yeah, you can set up toxic spikes and be annoying, but you don't really have you don't really get to soften things without Scald and knockoff, I'd say. You have a much bigger time. You have a much harder time struggling to do this without knockoff and such. I'm just making sure to check that you don't have, because there you have Scald, right? In National Decks you have Scald, which confuses me because you have knockoff here too. But even with Scald and knockoff, I wouldn't really put it that much. With Scald and knockoff, I'll probably put it here. But why does it not show that in LC Nat Dex draft? Why is this not the same as in a Dex draft? I don't get it. This makes no sense to me. We should have this on National Decks then. Because that means Scarlet gets stuff like Flip Turn, right? Yeah, right, exactly. This is what I'm talking about. We should have Flip Turn and adaptability boosted Scald. Which is why I wanted Skrelp to really, when it has these things, it really is more like up here. Maybe even, I'd go as far as to put it like here. Yeah. So let's just use this tier to analyze them. Because this is true national dex. Like this should have those moves. I don't know why they don't have those moves. So land it. 17 speed, nice. Nice. I think it gets nasty. Yeah, nasty plot user with Sludge Bomb and Fire Blast. Or Flamethrower. It hits really hard, and now it can Terra as well to get rid of its quad ground type weakness, which is really nice. It can Will-O-Wisp, or it can Toxic with Corrosion, so it can Toxic anything, but Toxic is not that good in LC. Blah blah blah. It has knockoff, yeah, that's fine. So it's just like a fast fire type that does some things. Let's see. So land it. You're probably like you're above Litleo, but you're like below Fletchling. You get what I'm saying? Like you're probably here, or you're probably here. Spoink is also maybe a little too high. I think Spoink should be like. Spoink should maybe just be like here or something. Maybe it's even like worse than that. Maybe it's like here. Yeah. But then I kind of feel like I want to do this. Yeah, something like this. I don't like your quad weaknesses, bro. Yeah, okay. Bound Sweet. You're only ever drafted for Rapid Spin, and I'm sorry for that. You're like, oh shit, I could use a little bit more removal. I have 2 points left. You get Rapid Spin. So you're better than Petalil, but you're not anything better than that. Okay. Sandygast. Water Compaction makes you kind of bulky if you live. Destiny Bond you can trade with something higher than yourself. You're a good stealth rocker. You can hit stuff with, you can heal with Shore Up and Sandstorm, which is kind of nice as well. You have Hex to punish things that are status from elsewhere. You can't really status them yourself without Toxic though, which is not that good that you want to put on them. But you can hit like with, like you usually do like Stealth Rock, Shore Up, Earth Power, and Shadow Ball. Like that's like your 4 moves that you run almost every time. And it's not like they're bad, but it's like you don't really do anything more than that. And Ghost as a defensive typing is not the best, especially without, if you don't have a dark type counterpart, kind of. Where did you go? No, Sandcastle, where did you go? I like that pile of sand. It's nice, but it has like one set it usually runs. I don't know where it went on the list though now. Because it's not next to this sandcastle. There it is. I moved it up. It's just a little small. So Sandygast, you're kind of like a Gibble, just worse. You have less potential. You're probably like here. It ghosted you? Yeah, it did ghost me actually. In real life, ghosted me for sure. Yeah, Young Goose, you're up next. Young Goose, you're kind of like a little interesting because Young Goose, it has adaptability, which is really nice. With it doesn't have double edge, but it has like Facade. It also has Strong Jaw, so you could do like Strong Jaw Crunch, Strong Jaw Fire Fang, Strong Jaw Ice Fang. That's Iron Tail, Ice Fang. It has great coverage with these Fang moves. It also gets Psychic Fangs, which is boosted. But yeah, you don't really do anything else than just scarf yourself into try and hit something, or you just bank on living a hit and then just try and kill something, and then you pivot. You're kind of like a scarfer. That's it. So Young Goose is kind of like down here. It only has like very. I probably intimidate, adaptability. It's probably like here. It's probably like there, something like that. Respect where respect is due. Having the option to choose between Fang coverage, adaptability boosted. Terror type is pretty good. But that's like the one thing it does. Okay, we move on. Rockruff. See what you got. Rockruff. Just put you here. Meanwhile, you're not below Magikarp in any means. Rockruff. Yeah, so you actually have 4 abilities that you can choose between. One of the very few Pokemon that have 4 abilities. We can Spore counter, but most of the Spore mines are Grass type, so that's not really a good idea. Steadfast is good to increase your speed. You have 16 speed, so that's pretty average. You can Stealth Rock, you can Sucker Punch. Do you have Accelerock by chance? You don't. So you're just like a Ghost type pupper that just goes for hits and Stealth Rock, right? Yeah, you don't really do anything else. Okay, that's fine. That's good to know. Rockruff, where are you going, bro? I think Rock is a better offensive typing than Young Goose, but I don't think you hit as hard. So I'll put you there. Azurill is cheesy. Let's not forget, Azurill is cheesy. I think Gulpin might be a little better though. I think Gulpin might be there. Yeah. Well, Gulpin does have Sticky Holding and do some acid armor shit, actually. Probably better than Goomy. Probably not better than Shuppet. Something like that, yeah. Okay. Next up. Ooh, Mudbray. You're a good Pokemon. Mudbray. One of the most solid Stealth Rockers in the tier. Stamina, you hit it, it becomes tankier. With Eviolite, that's really hard to counteract. So basically, almost gets up Stealth Rocks on you every time, and then it has a really offbeat 15 Scarf set with like Heavy Slam, Earthquake, Close Combat that can win late games that are boiled down. So Mudbray is really solid in that sense. I'd probably put it like. Probably put Mudbray like here. Mudbray's quite solid. I'm not gonna lie. Next up, Sandcastle, okay, Rockruff. Ooh, Crabrawler, baby. We like ourselves a little bit of a Crabrawler. It's a fighting type. I don't think it's better than Mankey. Or maybe it is actually with Iron Fist. No, Defiant is better. So it's slightly worse than Mankey, but it can tear water into Crabhammer. Shoutouts to Kofu. It has a lot of good like Iron Fist boosted moves like Drain Punch. I guess Sub-Focus Punch actually. Ice Punch, Power Up Punch. It can do Scald even. It has Stone Edge, it can Terra too. Really great Scarfer, really good Eviolite user that can just wreak havoc, and I've felt the pressure against it myself. So it's like slightly worse than Mankey, just because it doesn't get like U-turn and stuff, but it's not that far from Mankey actually. I'd probably put it like it's better than Makuhita. I'd probably put you here. If I had to choose, I'll probably put you there. Yeah, I'll probably put you there. Okay. Next up. Okay, we're getting close to talking about some really good mons here. Fomantis. The reason this is kind of good is because it has Contrary. Contrary did get nerfed now, though, so you can basically only go for one Leaf Storm because until it's kind of juiced up, which does limit its offensive capabilities really hard. Not gonna lie, but it has like Defog, but it's quite low because of that Contrary nerf now. Because it wasn't that good to begin with, and now it's just worse. But +2 could still do something, so. Probably put it like... I'll probably put it there, to be honest. Yeah, they did nerf Contrary. I think you can only use Contrary once now per time you're in. You can't stack Contrary anymore, I believe. So like, you can't just spam like that when it was unique. I agree. I really agree. But I feel like they felt like some Pokemon that really rode on their ability just by Leaf Storm spamming and getting to +6 kind of. But I think that was fair. I think that was okay, you know? But I think they nerfed Contrary. Let me check Contrary on DB. Make stat changes have an opposite effect. Did it get changed? Let me write Contrary. It's called Devil's Advocate in Japanese, I think. Yeah, Devil's Advocate. That's pretty cool. Gen 7, Gen 8. I'm pretty sure I heard something about it being nerfed now, though. Contrary nerf Gen 9. Yeah, Defiant and Contrary are single use only. So Defiant is single use only as well. But Defiant is pretty much only used as a single use. As a single use? Yeah, this was 20 days ago. But the tweet was deleted somehow for some reason. Yeah, so I think Contrary and Defiant are single use, but Defiant is fine that way. It's pretty much the same. There's very few people that proc Defiant on you twice, but Contrary Pokemon are nerfed. Yeah, so that's kind of sad. It does limit their potential a lot, but there's very few games where they actually get to +6. The only case that was really relevant in was in some cases Inkay, but definitely Snivy takes a hit from that. But now it can Terra again, though, so actually Snivy is pretty balanced. It balances out Snivy pretty hard, I'd say, because Snivy only got access to Grass and Dragon type moves, and now it can access every type of move, but it only gets to get that at +2, and that's pretty even, so I think that's fine. But it is a little sad to see +6 being all like that, yeah. Next up we have the boy, the wonder himself, Choodle Boodle Brutal, baby. You wouldn't think much of Choodle. Yeah, it has Strong Jaw. Yeah, it has Shell Armor. Yeah, it has Swift Swim, Strong Armor. What moves does that boost? Yeah, like Crunch and stuff, right? Look at this, Choodle. Choodle gets Shell Smash now. It gets Crunch, which it didn't get before, so now it has Strong Jaw boosted Crunch. It gets a ground move that is not too far from Earthquake, and it gets Poison Jab for grass types. So this is a Shell Smasher now with Strong Jaw. So you can Shell Smash, and you can then Strong Jaw boosted Crunch. Does he get any other moves? Yeah, Bite, I guess. Jaw Lock instead of Crunch, maybe? Jaw Lock? If that's boosted by Strong Jaw, which it should be. Jaw. It can lock stuff and just Shell Smash up, and then if they don't have priority, then you insta-win. Pretty cheap. You can Terra into another typing after Shell Smashing as well to become a Dark type to further boost this. This Choodle is now pretty crazy, bro. It has Stomping Tantrum as well, which isn't affected by Grassy Glide, and you can turn into some other typing that isn't weak to Grassy Glide, so your Shell Smash isn't really affected by outspeeding by priority. Choodle is crazy, bro. Choodle is now very crazy. I'd say it's not It's not Shelter, but it's definitely up here now, which I'd say it's... I'd say Chewtle is there. Chewtle is there, and Chewtle used to be here, or like here, in this range. And now it's all the way up here, because it got Shell Smash. I think that's going to be so strong for it with Strong Jaw. It can actually do stuff now. It's actually a Pokemon now. It's crazy. Actually crazy. Really strong Chewtle. Gonna be a wonder to see what it does. Skwovet. This thing is garbage. Jesus, this thing was designed to be garbage. It gets Belly Drum, I guess, but it doesn't get any priority and it's slow as shit, so... Doesn't even get Quick Attack, bro. She gets Seed Bomb, I guess, but like, come on, bro. I mean, it's kind of defensive. It could like Belly Drum and get one hit off, I guess, but that's not worth it, bro. Thing is cheeks, literally. Thing is literally what we like to call cheeks. Where are you at, Skwovet? There we go. We're in Gen 8 now. We're catching up to Gen 9. Okay. So Skwovet is like, it can do some stuff. It's worse than Fomantis, I'd say. Worse than Finneon. Where's the Psyduck? Where's the Marie with better? It's probably above Hop. Probably there. Pretty trash. Pretty garbo. This is my opinion after all. So, next up we have Arrokuda. You hit 17 speed and you get 17 speed in rain, and you can water, and you can water terrestrialize Aqua Jet, you can find terrestrialize close combat, you can drill run, you can ice fang, you can poison jab. You're very offensive, and that's all you do, and I like that about you. You're kind of like a Buizel without the bulk up, but with the better just off the rip move pool. So I'd probably put you a little disrespectful to put you that low, isn't it? Arrokuda is probably here. Realistically, you're probably there. Changing your terror type with close combat is pretty strong. Rookie D, you're garbage. Jesus, you're garbage. Holy Crash Bandicoot, you're garbage. Jesus, help me. Garbage bird. Corviknight, you're pretty good. You're very good, actually. Corviknight, you're god. Rookie D, you're not there yet, bro. Big bro, you're there. That's where you are. Okay, Toxel, you're also garbage. You don't get any moves at all. You're even more garbage. What the hell? You can static stuff. You have some support moves, but you barely have stab, big bro. And your stats are garbage. Your whole scheme is garbage. You're garbage. Yada garbo. Yada garbo. Are you even better than Pichu? I don't think so. I think you're here. Toxic. I'm just saying they are garbage, bro. I'm just calling them out, calling them as I see it. Next up we have Qfin. You're pretty good. Qfin, you're really good. Cause you get some new stuff too, don't you? Qfin. Yeah, you got Earthquake. Let's go. You got Earthquake. So you have the option of choosing Earthquake or Hardy Horsepower now, which is really nice. You also have Power Whip, Shears 4 boosted Iron Head, Shear Force boosted Play Rough. You have Stealth Rock, as always, pretty reliable, all reliable. Your primary steel, your pure steel, and you can change your typing around to fit yourself, to hit some harder Earthquakes, or to get some Power Whips in, or, you know, to hit some Stone Edges, or some Superpowers, or some Zen Headbutts. You're good. Qfin, you're pretty good. solid like A tier Pokemon, bro. A, high B, something like that. Let's see. Cufant, you're not really there, big bro, but you're... I'd say you're... Yeah, that's a little bit of a stretch. You're probably here, actually. Yeah, you're probably there, to be honest. I'll put you there. I have faith in this little elephant, to be honest. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it. Okay. Whoa, roly-coly, no, man. Not like this. You're decent, but what do you do? Like, you have Rapid Spin and Rocks, and then what? And okay, so you have, excuse me. You have Stealth Rock, Rapid Spin, Spike, what? Rock Blast? That's it, bro. You don't have, like, Flash Fire? Like, what do you got? Steam Engine, you're not going to be able to use it. Heat Proof, maybe, but, like... it's like Bergmite region, I'd say. Maybe... No, you're not Bergmite. That's disrespectful to Bergmite, what I just said there. You're not Bergmite. Well, you do get... Actually... Like, on the real nose, though... No, Bergmite gets the... Bergmite can do Hail as well. You're probably not that far from Bergmite, honestly. I'll just put you there, bro. It hurts to say you get Rocks, Bergmite does not. It hurts. But what else am I supposed to do? No, you have more weaknesses. Hello? Doesn't matter if you get Rocks. You're not Aracuda. You're like here. How can you resist fire when you're coal? Yeah, that's how it works. Coal is kind of just like very resistant, heat resistant. I guess. Coal likes it in the heat. I don't know why. It works like that. Don't question the logic. Silicobra. Thing is, the thing has some way of setting up Sandstorm. So you're not completely messed up. You have rocks, you can paralyze things, and you hit with stab. That's it. That's it for you, bro. You can set up some Sandstorm in an unoptimal way, and you can hit with your stab, and you can set up rocks. That's what you do. Probably there. Snom, don't get me started on this shit, bro. People are gassing Snom for no reason. Look at this. This is trash. He doesn't get anything. Look at these stats. Ice Scales is okay with Terra, but like you get Terra and then what, bro? You get Bug Buzz, Terra, Miracle, then what, bro? You barely have 4 moves. People gassing Snom out of nowhere, bro. It's fine to like its design, but like playing with it is not it, bro. I'll be generous. I'll put it there, bro. You're barely above a Pokemon that people draft because they forgot something. I'll be realistic. I'll put you there. You're there. Well, you have Defog, don't you? What am I doing? Am I getting caught on the Snom hype? You're there, bro. Bottom of D tier. Because you're dick. That's how it is. Impidimp. Impidimp is pretty good now. Impidimp actually got some really strong buffs, believe it or not. Impidimp, you get now both screens that you can set up with priority like Clay. And you got Parting Shot. You're huge now. I won the VGC with Snom. Did you now? Show me the replay, bro. Show me the clip. Impidimp with Parting Shot, priority screens, and priority Parting Shot, you're actually gas now. You're actually gas. Not gonna lie, you're gas. Yeah, this thing is gas now. This thing is like here. Thing is gas. Thing is gas. Such a good supportive member now. Impidimp. Prankster, screen likely. Don't talk about it. You can do Parting Shot. It's huge. I think Impidimp is huge, bro. Impidimp is actually huge now. Who's next up on the batting block? Applin. Trash. I'm sorry. I want Applin to be good, but look at this. Bulletproof, that's fine. Ripen, that's fine. But look at this mood pool. I can barely scroll here, bro. What are we doing? Unless you get a godlike berry with Recycle and Ripen, you are no more than Draco Meteor spam. And a Terra. Draco, Terra, Recycle, and you don't barely have a 4th move. Like something like this. That's what you got. You're pretty defensive. And your attack stat is not too bad. But like, come on, bro. Oh shit, I just deleted the video. I just have to believe you. Alright, bro. I'll believe you, bro. Applin is Garbo. I'm sorry. Some mons are just meant to be down in the dirt. You're better than Snom because you at least have some niche. I'll put you there. Those aren't bad moves, but it barely has 4 moves. It barely has 4 moves. That's what it has. Barely. And one of them is really punishing to you as well. You can just basically use it once, and if you don't get the right switch, you're kind of stuck in a bad position. You have a 4 times weakness. You can Terra it, but why would you Terra this over anything else? Doesn't really make sense. Your ability is mid at best. No. Let's not get caught up in Draco. Let's not get caught in the Draco Meteor Awooga. Let's not do that. It's not Draco Meteor Awooga, okay? I do like the dragon type, but let's keep it realistic. Hatna has Magic Bounce, which is crazy good. You can Terra now, which is kind of good as well. Your stats are pretty poor. And being really slow, you're not really fairy either. So I'd say you're, thanks to Magic Bounce, I'd say you're barely above Ralts, bro. I'd say like you're, yeah, barely above Ralts. I'll put you there. Oh, I can see the end. We're nearing the end. Sinistea. Sinistea is actually gas, believe it or not. You would think Sinistea doesn't really do anything. Sinistea is actual gas. It has weak armor and nasty plot, so it gains speed from weak armor, and it gains special attack from here. It can't really use Shell Smash, to my understanding. Let me just double check that real quick. Can I EV it, please? Yeah, Shell Smash is learned at level 60, so it can't learn Shell Smash. But weak armor, nasty plot, it can actually do some damage, bro. Because that's almost like a scuffed ass Shell Smash, but you still can gain kind of some of the effects. And Ghost type is a really good offensive typing. You have to worry about knockoff and Sucker Punch, of course, but you hit like your offensive stat is really nice. And weak armor, this doesn't get 1.5, this gets doubled, so you get 32 speed, which is really good. And yeah, you have Giga Drain to heal yourself, you have Dark Pulse, you can set up a sub. You can do all sorts of stuff, bro. You can Terra now, so that's really strong. I'd say this is really strong, bro. I like it a lot. I'm not gonna lie. If Sinistea Shell Smashes, it just dies. I know since I've tried with a cup before. I see. Yeah, so it doesn't really smash, but it kind of, it has weak armor, so it becomes really fast, which is pretty nice. So shoutouts to Sinistea, bro. You're actually low key, I almost said low T. Low key, you're kind of gas, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Low key, you can sweep. Yeah, but Sinistea in B, bro. Spill the tea. Fair enough, fair enough. And so I think we're on to, no, we have Dreepy. Dreepy. Dreepy is kind of garbage, not gonna lie. You would want it to be good. It's better than Applin, because it has 18 speed and it has 60 attack and 40 special attack. So you can do like, and it's ghost as well, so you could Terra ghosts into this thing, would be really nice, actually. But then what? You don't have U-turn, you don't have, I guess you baton pass. I guess that's what you do. What's your third move? Is it like Thunder Wave? Is it like I don't get what this is supposed to do as a fourth move, to be honest. I don't want to put Sucker Punch if you're special. You don't really have any more special moves left. Like, that's how scuffed you is. That's how scuffed you are. I guess T-Wave, bro, is something like this. I guess like 4 moves. Its typing is really good. Its speed is really good. Its ability is pretty okay. But the move slots are just too shallow, bro. I'm sorry, Dreepy. Your move slots are too shallow, bro. You're better than Applin, but like you're just there, bro. It's time. It's the new Mons. The new Mons. So we're getting into just the new Mons. Spoilers if you haven't seen any of this. Obviously, spoilers from. I'll put a spoiler section for the YouTube video before I post it. But now we're getting into the new Mon part. I'm going to try and not spend an eternity here, and there's not that many new Mons either. So let's start. Sprigatito. Thing is looking pretty okay. 17 speed, Protean. With Terra as well, you can use something to get acrobatics flying. You have Nasty Plot, and you can hit like a truck. You have U-turn, so you can be a good Scarfer. You could do some different stuff. You don't seem to be the craziest, but you can do Nasty Plot, Terra, Giga Drain, something. U-turn. You could do something like, or maybe not U-turn. On that side, actually, you could do maybe Disarming Voice, something like that. Or then you could, or you could do like a Giga Drain. I think I have. Yeah, so you could do Giga Drain, Terra Blasts. You can do probably better with a physical set. No, you could do Seed Bomb. You can do Terra Blast, of course. You can do something Acro U-turn. You can do Sucker Punch. You can do Play Rough, Shadow Claw, Taunt, Fast Taunter. Pretty okay. Not too bad with Protean, and then you can get an extra Terra type change. How does Protean work with Terra? Terastallizing another type. Protean gets overwritten by Terra, which means as long as you're not Terra, you can Protean to any type you want to use the move for, but once you Terra, there's no going back from that type. You can't change a type while you're Terra'd. Terra changes a type, but you can't change your Terra type, and you can't change your Terra from your Terra type to something else, if that makes sense. So Sprigatito is pretty okay. It has some stuff with Protean. It's not Score Bunny by any means, but with Protean as well, I'd probably put you like here. Yeah, I'll probably put you here. Or maybe, no, you're not Gas than Sinisty. I'll probably put you here. Sprigatito is probably like here. Fuecoco. I've been wanting to look at Fuecoco because I heard it has Unaware, which is a really good defensive ability. It has pretty good defensive stats with Eviolite. So it hard counters certain things. And then it's pretty poor attack, so you want to use special attack with this, which means Flamethrower, Terra, maybe Willow. Can you heal yourself? Slack off. Perfect. If you change your type with Protean, can you Terra that type and get 100% boost? Yes, you can change your type to the same type as Protean. But I don't know if Protean gives you another stab. Protean just changes your type. It doesn't give you extra stab. Terra gives stab for the type you change to. Well, I guess if you're a grass type and you change via Protean to a dark type, you get dark type stab. And I think Terra actually I think it works like that. So I think Terra gives 100%, yeah. Fuecoco, you're gonna do something like this, bro. You're gonna use slack off and you're unaware, you're anti-stall, or your anti-setup, which is much needed in the tier. You are kind of there as a neutralizer. You get Yawn as well, which is actually probably better than Will-O-Wisp in this scenario. But you don't get rocks, so your utility outside of this is pretty bad, and that sucks a little bit. But you know what? I'm down to give you the benefit of the doubt here. Fuecoco is, believe it or not, Fuecoco is better than Sprigatito here. And Little Cup, the roles are reversed. Unaware is pretty crazy on a tanky Pokemon, so I'll probably give it like, I'll probably put Fuecoco like here, yeah. Probably put Fuecoco somewhere around here. Maybe it's better than you, and yeah, maybe something like this. No, nah. I think you're better than Voltorb. So, like that. I think you're A. Unaware is just too good, bro. If you actually have someone that can tank a hit and Little Cup with Unaware, it becomes really good. Wooper has Unaware, but it doesn't really have the stats that Fuecoco has, and that makes it harder. But no, I want to nerf Fuecoco down here because Fuecoco has to have it takes damage from Stealth Rock, and the way you counter Unaware monsters is just to hit them. So I want to, maybe I'm gassing it a little too much. The Rock type dilemma is actually pretty bad. I'll put you there. Put you there. Quack, you're pretty garbage, no? Quaxley. Well, you do have Moxie. 15 speed, Scarfer maybe. So you have like Aqua Jet with Terra that you can Moxie. You're not flying water, you're just pure water, and that hurts. It has Spin and Roost though. And it can Terra into Brave Bird and get Moxie. Pretty one-dimensional. The worst of the three for sure. It's like a Sandile but worse. That's Guntank, baby. We want Quaxley, bro. Moxie is pretty okay. I actually don't think you're better than Leo, to be honest. I don't think you're better than a fairy type. I don't think you're better than this. You're like, Quaxley's probably like C there or something. No. Yeah, Quaxley's probably like there. C tier. I'd say that. Lechonk, baby. Let's look at Lechonk. You get Thick Fat, which is pretty decent. Your stats are not all that. Oh no, your move pool is pretty garbage. Oh no. No, Lechonk, you're not that good, bro. You're like you don't even get. Oh no. Do you get away with the heal outside of rest? No, you don't. No, Lechonk. No, Lechonk. You're not that good in Little Cup, bro. I'm sorry. Like, compared to Skwovet, right? Compared to Skwovet has better attack, better defense, worse special defense. It's kind of like Skwovet, but Skwovet can do some stuff with Belly Drum and then some stuff here, and then I guess not really that much. Lechonk has like more straight up. I wouldn't even say straight up power. You're just not that good. I hate to say it. I love Lechonk's design and name and everything, but Lechonk just isn't there. Lechonk is like. I think Lechonk is there, and that saddens me a lot because I love Lechonk. Really was hoping great things for you, LeChonk. I'm not gonna lie. Tarantula. You have Stakeout, which is kind of nice, but your attack is trash or garbage or bad. You're slow. First impression Stakeout could work, but you have to force a switch, and who would be forced into a switch versus this? You have webs though. Web spike, sticky web. That's promising. Memento. You can do something at least. Okay, so you have like first impression, sticky web, spike, memento, something like this. Or maybe you do like lunge or leech life. Sucker you can do. You don't really hit that much. You're a utility. Little utility ball. That's what you are. Little utility ball. Let's look at the utility you have. Sticky web is pretty alright, so you're automatically like up in here. But I think your utility ends there, so I'll put you there. I mean, you might even be like there. There you go. Alright, let's look at it. GlitchxCity. This would probably make Vital upset, me looking at GlitchxCity. No, it's not GlitchxCity, it's Nimble. It's called Nimble. Tinted Lens is really promising. 46 attack is pretty meh. First impression, you could do like a life orb set, but you don't really do anything outside of that. You're kind of like a scarf. You're basically just like a scarf life orb offensive bug. Your speed isn't all that either. Very one-dimensional, I have to say. Nimble, you're not even part dark. You have Tinted Lens though. Yeah. No, you're probably like here. Nimble is probably like there. Scarlet and Violet out here with the D's, bro, so far. But I do have hopes for what's coming. Relor. Compound Eyes Shed Skin could be something. You're very defensive, kind of, with Eviolite you can work. But then you have weakness to Stealth Arc, which is not that cool. You can heal yourself. You get Revival Blessing. You do not. You don't even hit that hard. You don't really have anything to boost yourself. You have Iron Defense. You have Memento. I would go as far to say this is actually worse than Relor. No, worse than Nimble, because Nimble at least gets Scarf like Tinted Lens. You just try and do stuff without ability or anything. So I would actually put you below LeChonk too, because you have a weakness. Below you. Relor is like there. It's pretty bad, bro. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Pretty bad, bro. Okay, next up we have Greavard. Greavard is interesting. It's Ghost, which is really good. Fluffy makes it quite tanky. He doesn't body can trade with something higher than itself. Does it get Will-O-Wisp? No, it does not, but it gets Yawn, and it can do like Yawn Hex. Just Fang coverage, play rough, attack stat is 60, pretty good. It's like a Shinx, but it's better than Shinx, you know what I'm saying? Because it has Stab, Shadow Sneak, and stuff. Yeah, it's like a Shinx, but it's better than Shinx. Slightly. Greavard. That's Rotom, bro. You're like a better than Shinx. I do... No, you're better than Shinx and that's it. Greavard is pretty bad because you're pretty slow. But I do like that you're Ghost, and that helps your offense a little bit. Meanwhile, its evolution is Ubers. Yeah, that's because of that signature move it gets. And this thing does not get the same signature move. If it did, it would have been banned, so yeah, that's kind of the difference there. Then we have... Is it Shmooliv next? No, it's Flittle. Frisk is really good. Speed boost is really great. Oh, speed boost is good. And you're fast as well. Okay. Special attack, pretty good. You can Calm Mind, you can Screens, you can Roost Heal, you can... Do you have a Fairy move? You do not have a Fairy move. You can Terrasilize into a Fairy. And you have U-Turn. But you're kind of like a... you're kind of like a slightly worse Chimeco. If you could Speed Boost Baton Pass, you would be really good, but you can't. So, Flittle... You're not all that, bro. You have Speed Boost, but you have to set up some Calm Minds before you can do hit, and you can do some utility, but like, why wouldn't you just use like a Imp that gets priority screens and likely and stuff like that? So you're pretty... You have utility. You're not quite Tarantula, I think, but you're not quite far from it either. I would put you there. I think I'd put you there, to be honest. Unless there's something crazy I'm not seeing that's there. Yeah, I'd put you there. You get Sticky Web, so that's pretty good. Yeah. Just because you have Speed Boost doesn't mean you're good. Even though Speed Boost is a really good ability. Okay. Next up we have... Wiglet. Wiglet, you my friend, you have a problem. Although Diglett is S tier, you are really not S tier. You're one of the ones that can hit 20 speed in this tier. So you become some sort of oddity just because you're one of the fastest Pokemon in the tier, unboosted, and you could water type Terra into your water move like Aqua Jet or stuff like that, or Liquidation or Memento. But you can't set up rocks, you can't trap stuff. And so you become you're really frail. So you're kind of very gimmicky because of that. Wiglet, you are like... You're like... Because of the speed, you get kind of some bonus points. But you're never going to be able to like outmatch like an adaptability user. Especially like with adaptability, quick attack and stuff like that. So Wiglet is like C tier. It's like there, low C. But we are getting into some good ones. This is Finizon. And I haven't really gotten a chance to look at you. You cannot be burned. 45 attack. 18 speed is pretty good. 70. This is not that bad. Do you have bulk up? No, you don't. Boom burst. Okay. Counter. Don't get U-turn. Don't get much utility. You're just there, kind of. Okay, so this is actually very Wiglet range. I mean, Wiglet has more utility than this. And it could hit as hard, potentially. Yeah, this is below. This is below Wiglet, actually. And we don't like that. Your evolution is also Ubers. But you're like... You're like there. No, you're like... Yeah, something like that. Okay, we're starting to get into the good ones. Shmalev, I think you're bad. Harvest, what can you... Oh, okay. You're Leech Seed sub, you're slow, you're quite a lot of weaknesses, you're not really that much better than a Sunkern, to be honest, and you don't even have Chlorophyll. You have extra weakness. You don't really have that good normal stab either. No flip turn Sag, yeah. Shmalev is pretty bad. Smoliv, you're like... Smoliv is like there. No. Smoliv is like here. Which is pretty sad. Smoliv could have been good. We're getting the shitters out of the way though. Capsicid. I don't know what Capsicid looks like in terms of competitive use. You have Chlorophyll, 15 speed, not bad attack. You don't really get the fire moves that I would like you to have though at this stage. You get Trailblaze, I guess? No, this is garbage. No, this is garbo. This is barely better than Smoliv, bro. Oh my days. You're like better than Hoppip and that's it. You're like, but Nimble is better than you, so. But Hoppip is better than Nimble. It would be something like this. You're worse than, and you're worse than this. And you're worse than Lechonk. And you're worse than Rapid Spin. Yeah, I'd say you're like, it's here or here. I'll put you there, just because I think you have a little better stats. But you have Defog, you have no utility whatsoever. Okay, so you're there, you're pretty bad. Tadbulb, you gots to be trash, bro. Tadbulb, pretty okay special attack, not too bad speed. You almost have no moves. Volt Switch, and you don't get the Electromorphosis either. You can set up screens and you Volt Switch, but that's about it. You're worse than Mareep, okay? Let's see it. Tadbulb. I think like you're slightly better than Cap. You're just like around there too. Okay. Let's think about it. Varoom, you're kind of interesting because you have Overcoat, which can be really nice for Spore Switching. You're our first Steel Poison type in Little Cup. You have Parting Shot, you have Stab Iron Head, you have Stab Poison Jab, you have Stab Spin Out, you have T-Spike for utility, you have Taunt for utility, you can Terra type into not having 4 times weakness. Your attack stat is pretty decent, your speed is not all that. But you're more like a pivot, you're more like a bad pivot. Or like a subpar pivot. Varoom. But you're at least like, just because you're like a steel type, you know? You're better than Quaxley. You're like there. I was so sure Varoom had Toxic Debris. That would have been hype as all. To be honest, Varoom is like here. Quaxley, I can't really actually see you being better than any of these mons, to be honest. Why would I put you over Arcuda? Am I crazy? Oh yeah, Moxie. No. You're like there. Let's check it out. Tandem Mouse. Tandem Mouse, because you get that's actually banned because of that's banned on ladder because of Population Bomb, right? And you don't have Technician, but it still hurts like hell. And then you can have Protection Pad, so people can't protect you versus the stuff. Let's do a quick calc. Let's do like a, because you're pretty fast too, no? Yeah, you're 85. So you could have like Tandem Mouse, level 5, 2-2, and then you could be Population Bomb versus something like Slowpoke. If it kills a Slowpoke, it should be banned, yeah. This thing is banned. Tandem Mouse should be banned. Not Mousehold, but Tandem Mouse should be banned. If you kill a Slowpoke with Eviolite in one hit, without any repercussion, you should be banned, actually. Tentamouse is bad. Too broken. Very interesting. We have a lot of shaders and then just something that's too broken. Setottle. Setottle is really good. It has sheer force, and then you can do belly, drum, ice shard, and you could do like snowscape with something else on snowscape. Tentamouse gets population. I thought it was Mousehole signature move. Yeah, no, the little one gets it as well. So this you could do. You could terrestrialize. You could hit like crazy. Eviolite, you're crazy good. You don't really need to invest that much just because like you have Ice Shard, you got Ice Terra. Your sheer force boosted player buff, your sheer force boosted stuff. Icicle Crash, you're crazy good. I think you're like Setottle is very good. Very broken, yeah. Setottle I'd say is like with Terra, Setottle is like Setottle is like here or here. Maybe it's very gimmicky and predictable, but put you here. I'll put you there. Setottle is there. It's very good. Frigibax. Thermal Exchange. Decent speed, decent attack. Do you get Dragon Dance? You don't. You don't get Dragon Dance. That's horrible. Your compatibility just went down the shitter, bro. You're a Scarfer. That's it. You're a Scarfer. Nothing else. God, and maybe you do something in Snowscape. But you don't even have Slush Rush. You have Thermal Exchange. This is pretty bad. Setottle's going to be fire in LZ. I really agree, Kizuhime. Welcome to the stream, by the way. First time chatter. What's up, what's up? Frigibax, I think, is going to be pretty not that good. Is it cool to have a new typing, but that doesn't mean we can put things S tier. Just because they're a new type we haven't had before. Frigibax, I can already tell, it's worse than Gible. It doesn't have Stealth Rock, is weak to Stealth Rock. Thermal Exchange, people are going to know, especially in draft, that you have Thermal Exchange. And it's not going to see much ladder play. It's probably, it's better than Wiglett. It's better than these two. It's better than Spore Threat, Stealth Rock. It's better than Goomy, so that's a good point. It's better than Quaxley. It's almost a little bit, just a little bit better than Quaxley, I'd say. It's probably like here, or here. Probably do something like this. Can't think too much about it. But welcome, welcome. We're almost soon done with the Little Cup tier list for the Paldea regional decks. Obviously, you don't evolve into anything, so we're not going to talk about you. Palmy? Is it called Palmy? Is that the small one? Palmy, Palmio, Palmot, right? Palmy, Palmo, Palmot. Okay. So I got the right one. Your defenses are trash, bro. Okay, your speed is okay. You have Volt Switch, right? Yeah. Mach Punch. You get Iron Fist? Yeah, Iron Fist Mach Punch is not too bad, but you're not fighting type. You're kind of a little gimmicky. I'd say you're worse. I'd say you're maybe slightly better than Mareep. Somewhere along there. But what's up, Kisuhime? Thanks for stopping by the stream. Drop a follow if you like what you see. Always like to have new people in the community. And I'm happy to try and sign up for some more stuff as well. Which is why I want to kind of compete in the thing you advertised in SOS. You're not this good. Calm down. You're not even this good. I think you're... Oh, Lord. I have to redo some stuff. You're not better than Shinx. But you're better than Finneon. So we do this. think you're a little too gimmicky. Like this. Hey, thank you so much for the follow, Kizuhime. Much appreciated, my friend. Welcome to the community. Welcome to the Soul Train. Wattrel. I've been dying to talk about Wattrel. Wattrel is really good. Our first electric flying type in Little Cup is pretty cool. Great speed at 17. Not too bad of a special attack. And pretty decent attack. Usable. Defense 35 and speed F 40 is pretty okay. The only thing it suffers the most from is Stealth Rock, of course. But it can use heavy duty boots with no problem. Wind power is pretty meh. But Volt Absorb, baby. And you can have competitive versus like some very specific cases versus Intimidate and stuff like that. Or you could do like a defog kind of punish, but Volt Absorb is really good because you get to eliminate being one neutrality there. It gets both Air Slash and Hurricane. It gets both Volt Switch U-Turn, and it gets Thunderbolt. You can tarot it into a cool type like Ice or something like that. You get Roost to heal yourself up. I like Wattrel. Wattrel, I'd say, is like... Wattrel would be like slightly above or below Tailo. It doesn't have the firepower that Tailo has, and it doesn't have the speed that Tailo has, but it has a better typing combination than Tailo, I think. But Tailo would be like the next the bird that's better after this. But Wattrel is easily like, just because of its typing and having Volt Absorb, I'd say it's probably up in here. I don't know if it's like a Clauncher, or like a Keyfin in my opinion. But then again, it could, like, its typing is so good, bro. But it's prone to Stealth Rock. It's kind of frail. The reason Voltorb is this high up, by the way, is because I'm talking about like potential in draft with Terra as a Terra captain, kind of. Just to not confuse people. I will make a post on Twitter with it, with the whole picture and a little bit of explanation with it once I'm done. Wattrel is pretty hype. We like Wattrel. Squawkabilly doesn't evolve, so I don't think we can do that. This thing is pretty beast in casual play, in my opinion, as well. Cloth we can't talk about. Knackley we can talk about. Knackley is by no means. Ghost power against it is half. What does that even mean? That's kind of interesting, but Sturdy Berry Juice, we can do that. You can set up rocks. It doesn't get body press, but it does get iron defense. It can heal itself and recover. So it's kind of like a worse Geodude, to be honest. It's kind of like a niche mini Geodude that you can use versus ghost types, which is pretty niche. So Knackley, you, my friend, you get a little bit of the treatment. You're above these guys, but I don't know if I can put you anything higher than like this. I think you're there, bro. I think you're C. Next up we have... Oh, is it time to talk about Glimmet already? Glimmet is awesome. Glimmet has Toxic Debris, so if you try to hit it, you get T-Spikes on your side of the team. And that actively just helps out the Little Cup game plan. We have Stealth Rock, we have Spikes there. 16 speed is pretty good. 105 hits like a truck. On the special side, you have Dazzling Gleam. You can Terra it to get rid of your Rock type quad weakness. You can set up screens. You can Memento for momentum. You can Explosion before you go out if you want to, which is, I guess, not that good, but it's a really good lead in Little Cup. From what I can tell by ladder, it's pretty good. You don't really take that many hits. It's not really worth using Eviolite on. You can do like a Focus Sash. You could do like a Shucka if you plan out the ground type hit you're gonna take. But it's pretty good lead with Memento, and you can kind of like immediately activate the Little Cup game plan, which is like hazards into sweeper, hazards momentum sweeper. So you hazards with Toxic Debris or using a move, you Memento for momentum, and then you can do set up into sweeper. It even gets the move Toxic Spikes, yeah. Or you could also do Corrosion, but I think Toxic Spikes is just better. I'm down to put Glimmet a little high here. I think it's a really good lead. Because you're trying to get rid of it. I don't know if it's better than Shell Smash Shoutout perhaps, but I'm down to put Glimmet above. I'm down to put Glimmet here, bro. I think Glimmet is awesome. Glimmet is pretty good. I might be hyping it up a little bit because it's new. I might be looking at it with little rose-tinted glasses, but I really like. I like Glimmet, actually. Then we have Shroodle, which I think you're pretty garbage. Oh, okay. Good attack, good speed. That's promising. 18. You have Prankster. What kind of status moves do you have? Ooh, this is not bad. This is not too bad. Party Shot, Nasty Plot. Okay, Sub. Okay, Source Taunt. Okay. You also have Burden. You have Acro. You have Gunk Shot. You have Knockoff. Okay, this is speaking to me. Okay, I think I know where to put you. Shroodle. You're like... Shroodle. You're like... You're kind of like a... I think Gibble has got to be better than Paldean Whooper, to be honest. Shroodle is like... Here. Shroodle's like there. High C. That's not bad. That's not bad, bro. That's not bad at all. And then we have... Fido. Own Tempo Klutz. That's not good, baby. It's not that good. You're really tanky, though. And you have a decent move pool. You can't really heal yourself. Oh, you can. You have Wish. So you're kind of like a fairy with Wish. You're kind of like... Ooh. With Terra, though, you're worse than Flabebe. If Terra wasn't a thing, this would have been better than Flabebe. As someone who is Darkspun on my team, on my fairy team, I'm interested in this. Attack stats, not all that. The stats are great. The stats are good. It's not great. It's good. The stats are good. You don't really have a case for being that strong because you don't really have that good many setup moves. You can Wish Yawn. You're a little supportive and you hit like a little bit. But you do have better coverage than you do have better coverage than Flabebe, and you have the best typing in the game. So I want to reward that a little bit. Are you crazy? No. But I kind of want to put you... I'll put you there. High C. It doesn't even have body press like the Evo. No, the Evo is much better because it gets Iron Defense and then it gets body press, I believe, and the ability that it gets, which is like well baked or something, then increases defense and that helps out body press a lot. But Fido doesn't really get that, so I would put Fido there. Oh, Mischief. Intimidate Dark type. Do you have knockoff? That's like my first question. No, you don't have dark. You're like a slightly better Poochyena. You're worse than Fido, I'd say. Well, maybe not, because you can run Scarf more efficiently, and you have Debon. So you're kind of not worse than Fido, but you're kind of like a better version of Poochyena. You do a lot of the same things that Poochyena wants to do. I think I'm playing up Spoink a little too much, maybe. Yeah. It has Tackle! No way! Alright, so the next up would be... Ooh, isn't it called Bramblin? Bramblin. Wind Rider seems very interesting, because it makes it immune to stuff like Blizzard and stuff. It's not as good as the other grass ghost types, it seems, but it has spikes and rapid spin? It's not a Pumpkaboo. I know that much. It's not as good as a Pumpkaboo. But it might actually be better than Phantom. Spikes, rapid spin, immune to blizzard and stuff. Ghost type with 16 speed, nice attack. You don't really get a good attacking move for that though without using Terra. Very utility. Utility. You don't get Will-O-Wisp either. Yeah. Better than Knackley, better than Bergmite, better than... You're like there. Brambling's like there. But maybe that's giving it too much credit as well. Here, maybe. Yeah, I think Bramblin would be like there. We're nearing the end. Gimmighoul. You only have one ability, Rattle, which is trash on you. You have really great stats. And your move pool is a little shallow, so you're worse than Sinistea. And you're worse than Shuppets. Barely. Ghost Type is pretty good. Great stats, but not really the move pool, which is rare to see go that way. It's a Ghost Type, so you're worse than Shuppets. You're probably like there. Gimmighoul's probably like there. Was that? No, we're almost there. So then we have Tinkatank. Tinkatank. Moldbreaker. This could be a good Scarfer. Fake Out, Knockoff, Stab Player Buff, can Terrestrialize, Rock Blast. No, Stealth Rock, Thunder Wave, SD. Okay, I see you. Yeah, okay, and you get like, okay, that's not too bad. I think it's not too bad. Did it get Ice Hammer? It gets Ice Hammer. Interesting. It's not going to be used that much, but it's kind of interesting. So Tinkatank, you're Fairy, and you're a better Fairy than Fido and Flabebe. You're B. You're B tier. You're better than Salandit. You're probably better than these guys. You're probably a little bit better than you. Better than Sprigatito. You're not better than Sinistea though. Like we can, or maybe it's more consistent. It's more consistent than these guys. It's better than Houndour. It's better than Shellos. It's better than you. Better than you. You're kind of Zora range. You're kind of this range, yeah. I mean, disguising yourself as someone else is pretty broken. Yeah, Tinkatank is there. Tinkatank is there. I'll put Tinkatank there. That's fine. That's fine. Ice Steel, no, Fairy Steel is pretty good. Pretty good typing with Terra as well. It's pretty good. And you have utility and stuff, and stuff like that, so you can't complain. Charcadet. You get Flash Fly Fan Body. Yeah, you're not all that, my friend. Your stats are pretty mid too. Charcadet, you're pretty... You're somewhere in the C tier. We know that much. You're worse than Frigibax. But you're better than Quaxly and Rollicolies. You come right like there. And then the last Pokemon to talk about today would be Toadscool. Final Mon, Toadscool. Let's look at it. Toadscool. you are not as good as regular Tentacool. You have a 4 times weakness to something. That's pretty common to have. You can Terra to get rid of it, but that's like you're not escaping this ability, which is like it's holding you back. It does have some niche uses, like you can set up spikes or you can spore things that have magic bounds or stuff like that. It's actually a really good spore user, but you would have to take a hit first, kind of, and you have to take that into account. You get knockoff, you get rapid spin, but Tentacool is just better because you get stuff like Scald, Ice Beam, and you kind of have to settle with something like this, or maybe Giga Drain, something like this. But you do have a lot of utility, though. I'll give you that much. So you're, because regular Tentacool would be like up here in A. Tentacool would probably be like here. And I don't think Toedscool is quite there. Or probably B something. I'll put you there. And there we have it. Here is our final tier list for the Paldea Regional Dex Little Cup. I'm quite happy with this, to be honest. There's nothing that I see here right now that looks crazy, off the charts, misplaced. Since Terra is a thing, I'm quite happy with this list for now. Maybe I'll need some feedback from some more Little Cup players to see if there's something I've missed or misplaced a little, but I'm also probably just like, come on, Gravert is probably better than Snora. It's just my love for Snora that puts it there, actually. I have to be a little more realistic. Okay. So this is the final. No more changes. Final. Where do I do this? Can I save it and download it? Where do I save, download? Perfect. Log in to save or download the list to your profile. Murky, what's up, bruh? Welcome off work. We just finished the tier list for Paldea Regional Little Cup. And this is the final list. I will post it on Twitter. Feel free to look at it there. But yeah, this is not just like 100% set in stone list. This is my predictions of how Pokemon will look like if they have access to terrestrializing, and it's also a bit of personal bias in here. So that's the list essentially. But I think I downloaded it now. Let me check. I did. Perfect. Okay, so I'll post this on Twitter, and I'll post it with a little text explaining what I've thought here, and leave room for discussion in a thread on Twitter. But thank you so much for the subscription, Murka. I really appreciate you, my friend. 11 months. We're almost a year strong. So I really appreciate that. But this is coming to the end. If you want to be a part of the discussion, then feel free to start some discussion on Discord, in the Discord community, or you can be a part of the thread on Twitter and talk about it there. But it's getting kind of late. You seem to have misplaced Shinx. It should be banned in the ban tier since it's the best. Unfortunately, I don't think that's the case. Feel free to keep that thought though. Shinx does have some good stuff for it, but there's probably some things that a lot of people don't totally agree with, but I don't think this is that far from the general consensus, to be honest. But yeah, it's getting late. I should go head to bed very soon. So thank you guys for watching. We're hitting 4 hours right now on the stream. So thank you guys so much for watching. I really appreciate it. This has been your boy Soulblaze, and as always, take care of yourselves, take care of your families, and I'll see you guys next time. Have a good night, and shoutouts to Scarlet and Violet. Actually cool competitive metagame to play, and long live terrestrialization in some kind, shape, or form, because it's a really fun mechanic. It would be sad to see go. It seems like there's a lot of people who want it, and there's actually a lot of people who don't want to restrict it in any way, so we'll see how it develops. But yeah, thank you guys so much for watching. Have a great night.